Good morning and welcome to the Coolidge ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. It's the fourth round encounter, Trinidad and Tobago under 15 alongside the Jamaica under 15. Jamaica batting first alongside my colleague Terry Laraja. Terry, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Vernon, and good morning to all our listeners. I'm very well, and a lovely day for cricket here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Should be in for an exciting contest.
Yeah, we certainly should be in for an exciting contest. Trinidad and Tobago automatically are the leaders. They are the undefeated team so far in the competition, starting with two slips, a gully, a cover, mid-on, mid-off, square leg, third man. Don't see anybody down in the fine leg area, but we just want to be able to just let the folks know that anytime now, the umpires are just waving to more or less to the scorers to give clearance that they're just about ready and ready to go. Undefeated so far, Trinidad and Tobago in this regional under 15 competition organized by Cricket West Indies, and Jamaica will be looking to maybe try and see if they can spoil their party today. But you never know. Trinidad wants to go undefeated. Good morning to the entire Caribbean. First delivery, first up, touching down into the right area. Number 9 for Trinidad and Tobago. And we have a number of spectators over there. We're talking about Saikon Charles, starting for Trinidad and Tobago from the media center end.
Good first up delivery there too.
Yeah, bang on target. And had the groping number 20, Damian Daly from Jamaica. Just bought his first run. Yeah, so for Jamaica, Daly wearing the number 20.
It sounds like Trinidad and Tobago have a lot of support here too,
Yeah,
Vernon.
they have well over 20 odd parents who have journeyed from Trinidad and Tobago to support their team. Bang on target is the young man. And they've been very accurate in the approach. When you look through the extras, they've been very disciplined so far. So you just have to give them credit. Charles bang on target here. First delivery, keeping it as simple as possible. And I was going through the list, Terry, of extras for most of the teams. It's really pretty high. It's a concern, which over the years, I'm sure Cricket West Indies and company would have had at the under 15 level. Charles, bang on target again, and Daly just coming stylishly forward, killing the ball right in front of him.
Yeah, you're quite right, Vernon. It is a concern, and it's good to see that Trinidad and Tobago, and that's probably one of the reasons contributing to them being undefeated in this tournament. You set high standards for yourself, carries right through the entire 11.
Well, the thing about it also too is that, and I'm not making any excuses, Terry, but when you have the leewards and the windwards, Trinidad and Tobago has an organized program, and so you would know in terms of this, Trinidad and Tobago selecting their under 15 team. They have 8 zones. You're talking about 120 young players, and then it's broken down into different areas. They go down to 4, go down to 30, and then they go down to their final 15. So they've got a system in place. And because you're talking about Trinidad and Tobago, whipped away down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Charles the straining line and Daly off the mark. And lovely shot there on the legs of Daly and putting away nicely. Score for Jamaica. They are 4 without loss.
Yeah, good shot there by Daly, ill-directed by Charles down the leg side. And he got bat on ball, which is very important, especially early in the innings, first boundary of the innings.
So, we exciting matches today, off and running. Charles, was a wide delivery, goes through the keeper, beats the first slip, and goes down to the boundary for 4. Trinidad and Tobago, that's not like them. Signal buys. The keeper having a torrid time there. Ramanan. And crawling along the ground, didn't get down quickly enough. So ill-disciplined more or less, that one. That's expected. Early nerves is over number 1. And Jamaica off to a flyer, Terry. They're 8 without loss.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that bonus boundary there in buys. Charles just overcompensating The previous delivery going down the leg side, overcompensated too far outside the off stump, but when it pitched Vernon, it just rolled, real ground eater. Gave trouble for the wicket keeper and the first slip.
Got to put his body behind the ball. We now have Tyson Gordon Jr., Damian Daly, the opening batsman for Jamaica, and starting for Trinidad and Tobago from the media center in here. Looks like the number 18, Zaylan Beckles. Big, strong, muscle guy. They started with almost like 2 slips, more or less. First slip and a third slip, a third man. Backward point. Gordon just turning this into the mid-wicket area. Fielder from square leg coming around nicely. And just lobbing it back to the keeper. So a very strong offside fielder. More or less bowling to a 7-2 field, Terry, in this concept. When you look at the mix. And we see the young man turning from the media center in the number 18, Beckles. Pitched up into the right area, looking for a single. Somebody could be in trouble. Hits, he's out. Ooh. Communication. And these two, Daly and Gordon, need to sort that out. Direct hit. And Damian Daly would have been run out.
Yeah, direct hit there would have had their man. But communication, as you say, Vernon. A bit of ball watching going on there.
You have to watch the ball all the way, but you also have to trust your partner. That is key. Tyron Gordon Jr. is on naught. Waits for Beckles. Leaves alone a good delivery. Lovely outswinger there. This time the keeper came across nicely and collected well. The Trinidad and Tobago supporters who have traveled with the under-15 team, they're really having a whale of a time here. So too are the parents from Guyana and from Barbados. It's been a busy time here. Exciting times ahead. Score 8 without loss. Stands up straight and punches that out to backward point. Folks on the manual scoreboard, somebody maybe just need to get them up to speed very quickly.
They do a terrific job though on that manual scoreboard though, Vernon. They stand out in the hot sun all day.
Yeah.
Excellent
just in case
job.
You're listening, we had a boundary and you also had 4 byes. So automatically it should be 8 without loss. I think they may be listening us. More or less they will be able to get that sorted out very quickly. Could leave again. Gordon.
He's getting a bit of bounces, Beckles.
Yeah. Bernard Joseph.
Those slips, or the slip and the gully, because there's quite a gap between the two slip fielders. They're rather deep though, Vernon.
Well, he's got some good pace. So they maybe want to be safe. They would know best. Just thought that the first slip is going to pretty rather...
They're almost back on the 30-yard line.
He's not a team of best bowling at his age.
No, that's...
Defending nicely. And so Trinidad and Tobago, after the first over, win 8 without loss. The maiden over by Beckles. A very good start in the process.
Yeah, well bowled by Beckles. Kept it nice and tight. Up or on the off-stump line. Bowling to an offside field, predominant offside field. And almost caused a run out. So well bowled by the youngster. 8 without loss after 2.
Yeah, I think they're finally getting it right. Somebody maybe might have communicated with them now. So it will be 8 without loss. Beautiful delivery there by Charles. And good leave, good cricket all around here by Daly.
Yeah, excellent delivery. Just leaving him on or about the off stump. Pulled inside by Daly and no edge through to the keeper.
So Daly's 4. And Charles working up some steam here from the CIUN. Goes past the umpire and now the ball to Daly. That's going to be a wide. And Daly just overcompensating for that one. The extra pace, you could hear the effort being placed by him to put in that effort.
Yeah, he just needs to watch his control a bit. The last two balls of his first over, a bit ill-directed, and now a wide of his second ball of his second over. So he just needs to maintain his good line and length.
9 without loss. Daly just more or less just falling over. I think he's falling over because he's not balanced at the crease. Right foot not, making that adjustment. He could just make that adjustment and just work that into the leg side area. But these youngsters, they will keep learning, and you'll be talking about improvement.
Definitely a great opportunity for them, under 15s.
9 without loss. He's clipping that beautifully, but can't beat the skill of Peter. And Terry, I know you've been following the Carifta games. It's been exciting times. Gold medals for St. Kitts and Nevis, gold medals for Antigua and Barbuda.
Yes, gold, silver, bronze for
St. Kitts and Nevis.
Antigua and Barbuda.
Kanya Francis, who was maybe not in the conversation. 2 Bahamians, 2 Jamaicans, but stunning the field there. First gold medal. Slashed away, pass backward point. Again the communication with Tyson and with Gordon and Daly. Not great at all. Really should have been thinking about trying to get a run there, but the hesitation. And I think what is actually also happening is that Tyson Gordon Jr. Is not backing up. You have to back up. You got to communicate and you got to trust your partner. That's going to be key. Charles to Daly, wide delivery, trying just too hard. Got to keep it simple. Empire is getting his hands out there. 10 without loss.
Yeah, as I say, Vernon, every time he goes for that effort ball, he just loses his direction. The second wide of the over.
Talking about Carifta 50, 20 countries so far have won medals, and we're talking about the OECS and Vincent and the Grenadines. They collected a bronze medal. We'll come back to the Carifta games. Whip that beautifully past square leg. It will go downhill. Don't think he'll get a boundary. He'll get a couple of runs, and they come back nicely for 2 runs. They were thinking about 3, a little hesitation, and they change their mind. So Daly goes up to 6, and we're still into over number 3. Talking about medals, Trinidad and Tobago, they're in 3rd position with some 12 medals. Bahamas in second position with, and we're talking about 26 medals, 5 gold. Trinidad and Tobago 2 gold. By their standards, they were expecting to perform a lot more higher. Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, dominant. They've already won the meet even before it started. Charles to Daly. Daly comes quietly forward. They bowl right into the area. So the end of over number
3.
3.
Mm-hmm.
The score looks like
Should
it's
be
gone up to 12. We have 2 wides, Terry, or 3 wides?
2 wides and a 2, yeah, it should be 12.
So 12 without loss. So we got that right, Terry.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the latest score here. And this all-encounter game, Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago, 2 superpowers in sports in the Caribbean. Trinidad and Tobago, 12 medals, 2 golds, 4 silvers, 6 bronze. Guyana, excellent, 7 medals so far, 2 gold medals. Barbados, 2 gold medals so far, total of 4. Cayman Islands, 2 gold medals. Belize also 2 gold medals. We break for a while as Beckles turns from the meet the center end, and Gordon is coming quietly forward. Soft hands and just putting it right down. Continuing with the Carifta medal count. St. Kitts and Nevis, 1 gold medal. Antigua and Barbuda also with a gold medal. USVI, 1 gold medal. Dominica, Commonwealth of Dominica, 1 medal. Grenada, they've got 5 medals in total. St. Lucia, 4 in total. Bermuda, 3 in total. French Guiana, 2. Curacao, 1. British Virgin Islands with 1 medal. Guadeloupe with 1. Turks and Caicos with 2. Guadeloupe with 3 medals in total. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines with 1 bronze medal for Carifta 50. Meet continues today. Pitched up, driven, can't score. Looks pretty, this young man, but we need to find the gap.
And I think in the Carifta swimming meet, Antigua and Barbuda ended up with 4 medals, I believe.
No, more than 4. I think they in total they would have maybe got 10.
Okay. They're up to 4.
10 overall. I think 2 gold medals, 4 silver, 4 bronze in the process. He also had a golf team that left this morning to go participate in the Optimistic Junior Championship, which will be held in Barbados. A 23-9 junior team. So this is Joseph, or Coolidge's son. So many good things about him. They've got an excellent junior program, striving for excellence at the Cedar Valley Gulf Coast. The ambassador, Dr. Sir Richie Richardson, is part of that organization. And when you go over there, there's a real discipline. I think it's something that all sports need to go to from the youth level. Beckles, driven, Ken can't score. I think he's maybe getting a little frustrated, because he's not off the mark. Tyson Gordon Jr. is timing it sweetly. He just needs to play with soft hands because the fielders for Trinidad and Tobago are right back.
Yeah, they're deep enough.
Yeah, so he could maybe just play it in front of him and maybe try and get a single. Daly's backing up, or Daly caught napping there. Now you realize what I was talking about in terms of backing up. So Daly moving and then holding back, so he's losing momentum. And this is something which I've witnessed with almost all of the teams in terms of the non-striker, how they back up. How to back up. That's also going to be key. Beckles moving into his groove. Arms pumping. Driven again. Just needs to stay over the ball, Terry. Young Tyson Gordon Jr. We're talking about Trinidad and Tobago having some 7 players from last year. Jamaica with a total of about 12 from last year. So most of the squads, and you had a rained out under 15 tournament in Grenada. Beckles to Gordon. That's dropped.
Excellent delivery.
Well, I don't think if he didn't play that, that's a Jaffa. And if you get that and you survive, second maiden over by the young man. It's a beauty.
Excellent delivery, and he's getting good lift and bounce outside that off stump. But that was a brilliant delivery. Beat the keeper as well. So excellent ball in there by Beckles. Keeps Gordon on 0. Who looks the part, but as you say, I think the communication is the key, Vernon. That he had a couple of chances there. Would have felt that he had a couple of chances to get off the mark.
So good start by Trinidad and Tobago under 15. 2 maiden overs from Beckles, 12 without loss. And Charles will continue from the CIUN. He's going to move into bowl to Daly. Daly is playing a nothing shot. And he's so committed to come forward. The length there, he's got to be able to pick the length up. That was a short ball.
Definitely.
Because he was already looking to come forward, he committed himself, got himself in no man's land, but it was off track and went to the keeper. Keeper taking a step up. He's made that adjustment. Just think that the first slip is just real far, Terry.
Exactly.
He's not going to catch anything there.
No.
Certainly. Charles to Daly.
Lucky you got a bit of bat on that, I think.
Yeah, just maybe a little inside edge. But they didn't really appeal. So
they didn't.
Songs, so good communication from the youngsters. The supporters bellowing from Trinidad and Tobago. There was a gentleman, I think he walked about 8 laps this morning with the Trinidad and Tobago flag around the home of Cricket West Indies here. He just enjoyed that. He says that was exercise.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing at all wrong with that. Yeah. Doctor tells you have to walk at least 30 minutes a day. He got in his 30 minutes. Wide ball on target. First slip, we have Christian Lal, who's also a wicketkeeper. So I don't know if he feels that he's keeping today while he's so far back. The vice captain Yasser Dean, more or less in a third slip position, very wide. I like to play it safe. I like to have my original positions. Driven, can't score. Number 18, Beckles. And go on nicely, cuts that off. Trinidad and Tobago in control here.
Yeah, this is a lot better over by Charles. He's got his direction back on track. And they're keeping the shackles on these Jamaican boys.
They bowled into a more or less 7-to field. The score is 12 without loss. All 12. Wide ball. Today has to be his birthday.
Well,
He's not going to call that one. That's what we
and the
talking about.
couple he
Talking
did
about
call.
leniency. We're
Well,
talking about
yeah,
leniency. So he
exactly.
was lenient.
The couple he did call, he could have got away with.
That's what
Now
we're talking
these
about.
ones,
12 without loss. Lovely day here in Antigua and Barbuda. Holiday here in Antigua and Barbuda. Most part of the wider part of the Eastern Caribbean. It's Easter Monday. That is dubbed. Everybody has their own version of it. Another over
He's
completed. 5 overs bowled. Another maiden. The third of the morning.
yeah, they're just getting a bit loose outside the off stump. A couple of times committed onto the front foot. And then caught in no man's land, really, and just playing nothing shots. And a couple of deliveries that you need to watch, but well bowled by Charles. Good comeback over for him. And the pressure's on these Jamaica boys. Of course, they're looking for their first victory of the competition. Trinidad and Tobago undefeated.
So, play continues. Big umpire Bernard Joseph from Antigua and Barbuda slashed away. Can't beat the field at backward point, was pretty deep. And on that end is just sort of playing a little bit too pace. The ball really not bouncing around. So I think for Tyson Gordon Jr., you'd be advised to look to hit the ball up in front of him, which is up the V, rather than looking to go square. The bounce is not true enough. He's just going to have to be patient. He has to get off the mark first. Boarding his run there is the young fast bowler from Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, you could just
Zekelan Beckles.
you could just see when he was running in, just missed a step. But I agree with you, Vernon. I don't like that gap between the two slip fielders, and I still say they're too deep.
Beckles turns in the distance and moves away. Goes past umpire Bernard Joseph, pitched up. He's driving
Shot.
straight down the ground. Finally gets off the mark. That's a good single. Good cricket all around. Rifle return from the young man. Amjata turn.
Yeah, played that nicely. Did Gordon get off the mark, as you said, Vernon? Maybe he should look to hit in the V.
Well,
He was
hear.
listeing to you.
He did hear.
He did.
He did hear
Couldn't
Coach
have got
Terry.
it straighter if he tried.
He did listen to Coach Terry. Jatan coming across nicely. Good groundwork, good cricket so far. 13 without loss. Gordon is off the mark. It brings Daly into strike. Daly's whipping that into the leg side area. He won't get a boundary, but he'll get a couple of runs there. And if he wants, he can get 3. No, he's changed his mind very early. And the score in the meantime goes up to 15 without loss. Jamaica off to a quiet start and into over number 6.
Yeah, Daly seems to like that whip through the onside.
Every young player.
Mm-hmm.
The right hand comes into play if you're a right-hander.
Exactly.
And if you're a left-hander, then you know what's happening. You're looking into the mid-wicket area. Beckles to Daly. Daly comes quietly forward. See, when Daly comes forward, Terry, you like to see him bend that left knee. Because of that, he's off balance.
Falling over, yeah.
He has to be balanced at the crease. It's something that the coaches have to work with the young batters. Got to be as balanced as possible. And he's a short guy.
Yeah.
So you can imagine when he gets his balance worked out, it's going to be a pretty player. He's going to be finding the gaps. He could be the next Lawrence Rowe.
Could
You
be.
just never know. Lawrence Rowe, the great from Jamaica. They produce so many outstanding personalities.
Boy.
He's getting himself into a tangle there, Terry.
Yeah, playing around his front leg.
Left foot just being straight. Talking about great players, Jamaica over the years. Talking about match winners. One name comes to mind, Marlon Samuels, who played for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in the Super 50 and really contributed when he played. And Kumar Bunner was another player who also played for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes during his process. Could leave. So the balance was talking about.
Yeah.
So over completed. 6 overs completed. And the score is 50 without loss.
Well, one ball there by Beckles once again, and the two opening bowlers in Beckles and Charles for Trinidad and Tobago. Certainly keeping things nice and tight, keeping Jamaica quiet so far. Of course, they'll be looking for that initial breakthrough, but they're certainly building some pressure here, and they look like a real professional outfit.
Talking about players who have also come from other territories and played for the Leeward Islands. So good morning to Darren Cruikshank. He also too played for the PIC Liberta Blackhawk School and Smooth. And in fact, 1 year was the MVP of that tournament here in Antigua and Barbuda. That kicks off on the 13th to the 29th. I'll give you some more news, Terry, concerning that tournament. 15 without loss. Charles.
Shine well fielded.
Nice high elbow there by him. Yesterday, O'Shane Thomas playing for the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots broke George Munson's finger.
Okay.
Sharp bumper. It's quick. So Munson is out.
Right. Oh, that's
He's out of the cool and smooth.
wow. That's big news. Marquee player.
Yeah. And O'Shane did look
Scotland
sharp.
International.
O'Shane did look sharp yesterday. Just would love to get. You know, Terry.
Did I see?
When I looked at O'Shane yesterday, I'm saying to myself, I'd love to be able to give Tino Bess O'Shane Thomas. I'd like to make Tino Bess O'Shane Thomas's fitness coach and bowling coach also. 15 without loss. Tino at his age, still bowling fast. Stands up straight and just punches that up the cover.
I did, yeah. But he's still the same though, isn't he? He still puts every inch that he's got into it.
You listen to what Hazim Alma says. Right now, he's geared up, he's fired up, and his fitness work, what he puts in, you can see it being demonstrated out onto the field. Tino Bess is also part of the Barbados Defence Force program. It started way back. Lovely shot by Gordon, staying this down to backward point, can't score. Looks pretty. 15 without loss, but he needs to find the guy.
He does, yeah. He looks very adept at the crease, but just finding the gaps. It's causing him a bit of problems so far this morning. But importantly for Jamaica and himself, he's still there. But that's a good call though, because Thomas does need work on his fitness, and Best is right up there with the best of them when it comes to fitness.
Let me tell you something, Terry. If he learns how to run, he's going to be a danger. He just needs to get his strike pattern right. Once he gets his strike pattern right,
Into the crease, yeah.
it's problems.
Definitely, because he's got all the other attributes of a top fast bowler. But did I see something the other day? He's going to Gloucester for a couple of matches in the county.
Yeah.
Well, that's excellent. Oh, in the air, just dropped short.
True cover. Get a couple of runs here, but Gordon is only interested in one. So in the meantime, goes up to 16 without loss. Just to let the folks know, Terry, at the end of over number 7, 16 without loss. 16 without loss. So a busy period of time taking place here. You know, we have 3 matches, Terry. Starting on the 19th of April to the 22nd of April, Team Headley will be taking on the West Indies Academy. So the Headley Weeks series, tri-series, 19th to the 22nd right here at Coolidge Cricket Grounds, and the 26th to the 29th also here at Coolidge Cricket Ground, and the third match on the 3rd to the 6th. So hopefully over the next couple of days we should hear about the squads and see all of the surprises, if there are any. Turn past the keeper, down to the boundary for 4. Got bat onto that, so boundary to the young man himself, Gordon from Jamaica. Moves the score on to 20. And Tyson Gordon now moving into confidence, he goes up to 7.
Yeah, and he turned that nicely, Gordon, and that's what he needs to do. He gets a band ball, make sure you can put it away. First time Beckles really is straight offline. He tickled it nicely down the fine leg.
again, picking up the lead. No need for him to worry. Trinidad and Tobago still maintaining that consistency of a 7-2 feel. And I find that when you look at the format so far, they have been consistent in terms of the control of their wides. They've been the team that has bowled the least wides in this championship, and maybe that's why they're leading.
Ooh, that kept low.
That did. It didn't bounce at all. And the good thing about it is that Gordon was forward.
Yeah. That was the place to be. If he had been back, he would have been in all sorts.
Today our team will include Seth Burton, the veteran. And you'll hear our voices over the next couple of days here from the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Marley Richards, Terry LaRaja. Steering this beautifully past the short third man. It will run away down to the boundary, but it won't get there. The field is going to save it, and they come back nicely for 2 runs. Score in the meantime goes up to 22. And the young Gordon is growing in confidence. This young man, Tyson Gordon Jr.
Yeah, that was well played by Gordon. Just waited on that one, guided it nicely through the gully or backward point region. And they're settling in here though, Vernon.
They certainly are. Driven right at the mid-off. And gets a single. Good cricket all around.
Yeah, good batting. He was running with the stroke.
Ramjatan coming around nicely. Keep his eyes on the ball and the fundamentals put in place. 23 without loss. Spectators, shipwreckers brought another Trinidad and Tobago flag because they left it at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. They're so excited. The ever reliable shipwreck. Wide delivery here. Overcompensating here, Beckles. The outswinger just touching down and going past the batsman. Umpire Big Bernard Dave Joseph got his arms out and he's about maybe 6'4", 6'5". I want to say he's Andrew the Giant.
Well, he looks like it when he's out there with the youngsters.
Yes. Might be maybe even one of the tallest umpires in this tournament. Beckles. Let's see if he can come back on track and get his radar right. Whipped away by Daly. And
that'll go.
Find that boundary. Hits the ropes now. And just straying in line there. Overcompensating there. Beckles. And picking up a boundary is Daly. Score in the meantime at the end of over number 8. 24 without loss.
Yeah, and a good shot there by Daly, and that's what these two Jamaican openers have been doing. Every time they've got something loose, they've pounced on it and made the most of, I'd have to say, limited opportunities so far for them. Trinidad and Tobago opening bowlers in Charles and Beckles have been pretty much online and keeping things nice and tight, but this partnership just starting to blossom here. As I say, good morning to Seth Burton.
Thank you, and just thank you to Vernon Springer, the man who has spring in his step, who has just stepped out, has good eyes for the young players. Terry, as we look at this, it is really good to see a solid start by the
Yes.
Jamaicans, because it has been pretty good bowling at the level pace bowling from Trinidad and Tobago, and of course Trinidad and Tobago recently producing some pacers for the West Indies team. So both Charles and Beckles, they have their thoughts further. One of the notable things I think Vernon will be able to say on the first day when we started on the I would call the eastern strip pitch, it was keeping a bit low. But I'm not quite sure, maybe the moisture over the days, this particular pitch on the western side, 3-4 pitches between them, that is bouncing
Right, yeah.
appreciably. And I think this is good for the young Trinidad and Tobago fast bowlers. Both Charles and Beckles looking decent, and Charles keep going down that line and getting the ball to shape away.
Yeah, he gets a bit of movement, and both of them bowl with good discipline overall. So you're quite right, Seth. It all looks very promising, but it's good to see that the pitch does have a bit of bounce in it. Important both for batsman and bowler.
Oh, that's
Good ball.
beauty, and that one beat him outside the off stump. And good stuff, really good cricket, good batting also on the part of Damian Daly and Tyson Gordon Jr. for Jamaica. So good balanced cricket. What is big for Trinidad and Tobago, though, they come in as league leaders.
Yeah, 3 from 3.
Yes, 3 from 3, a perfect record. Driven back to him, Charles,
fielded.
showing him his capacity as a fielder, quite athletic. He was almost off balance in his follow through. That one was driven back to him on the ground, and he stopped it quite easily.
Fielded well, but Daly's starting to find the middle of the bat with more frequency. Trinidad, of course, still looking for their first wicket.
Oh,
Well fielded again.
Once again. This is good stuff. This is good out cricket on the part of Trinidad and Tobago team. And after 9, they have been able to keep the Jamaicans up to 28, without loss. Pretty good going. At the same time, you may ask yourself, were the opportunities presented to the Jamaicans? Charles, 2 maidens from his 5 overs, none for 9, and Beckles, who would have bowled 4 overs prior to this, 2 maidens, none for 15. So we see the first change coming up here in this game. Trinidad and Tobago now with another medium fast bowler. But the first delivery though is not controlled. It's a wide angling down the leg side.
Yeah, no control there with his first delivery. I'm sure he'll rectify that rather quickly.
Yes, Kashiram, tall, slimly built bowler. It's good to see this from a Trinidad and Tobago standpoint, and I'm telling you that because, inducing him into a drive. Missed it completely. Good delivery.
Yeah, much better delivery that time. Fuller and on or about the off-stump line. Batsman committed to the stroke, but beaten.
Kasiram will be feeling good. Oh, good shot, but a chance for a run out. They made it.
Yes, they made it in the end. The communication's still not quite there. There's definitely a single on though, because as we've been saying, the field is set deep. The cover fielders, backward point, they're all on the 30-yard circle. They got home, that's the main thing. Jamaica will be happy with this start though. So say they're on the other end of the spectrum. Played 3, lost 3.
Just teasing him there. On that occasion, Gordon will not be tempted. The reason why I say this is critical for Trinidad today. Traditionally, it is a spin-friendly Trinidad and Tobago attack. I know there was that period with Bishop and Tony Gray, and then Eugene Antoine, a brief period, Marlon Black, and then the 2, Anderson, and we also have Seals, Jaden Seals. These 2 youngsters, both Jaden and Anderson, would have come through the ranks.
Right.
So it's good to see at least some medium fast. But when you look at dominance, Trinidad and Tobago team over the last perhaps 50 years, 40 years of regional cricket, has been spin dominated. So it's good to see the first 3 not only being medium fast bowlers, but at this age group would be considered fast bowlers and looking pretty good.
Yeah, most definitely. Especially the two opening bowlers in Charles and Beckles.
Yeah.
Certainly, they look very promising.
Also, Trinidad and Tobago, they have the leading wicket takers. Yasir Dean, who is yet to be introduced. This one is cracked, but on the bounce. And the 10th over has been completed, and they're just going at 3 runs for over. But considering the context, if they are the Jamaicans, if they are yet to lose a wicket, they can certainly build even after the first power play. They can build deep. It depends on how deep these two batters go. You know, that could be
that could be key. Good. Yeah. But as I say, they will be happy, even though they're only going at 3 and over. Wickets in hand. They'd be happy with that they haven't lost any wickets so far. Seeing off the new ball, the openers are doing their job.
Well, the end of the first power play is it umpire Foster signaling, and they're continuing with Charles, which is good. He's going well. Keep him
long
going.
spell.
Yes, keep him going. Or are they making a change? Oh, yes, Charles is still with the ball. So started well. Trying to make the breakthrough, but being rather containing and rather consistent. None for 9, including 2 maidens from his 5 overs. And Sion Charles, S-C-Y-O-N, a different Sion. My second son is Sion, but it's S-E-O-N. So how things vary in pronunciation. Here is well defended. Which one of these two you like to see most of the openers, Terry, between Daly and Gordon?
I think Gordon looks more organized from what I've seen so far.
But what I like with Daly is that he gets that front foot right across.
It does.
Playing on the onside and looks rather an authoritative player. Good delivery.
But sometimes like that though, Seth, you see he may just be committing himself a fraction too early. Yeah.
Yes.
And then he ends up
You sound like Vernon. A little analytical.
Playing around his front pad a bit too much. Yeah.
So sometimes your strength can be your weakness if you don't monitor it well.
Right.
Because he does that well, but then he gets it too far forward and the inducting ball.
Yeah, and then there's nowhere to go.
Disconcerting. Makes it look better. I was speaking about Yasir Dean, who in fact is the leading wicket taker for the tournament so far in his 3 matches with 8 wickets. The right arm off spinner for TNT, and he's averaging on the 6 per wicket. So perhaps the Jamaicans, they need to be not too comfortable here and believe we can just see off the seamers, because they could be in for
a rude awakening.
You know, the sort of Sunil Narayan effect. If you're a TNT person. So Dean, a youngster, I understand, from St. Mary's College in that side, more the east-west corridor of Trinidad and Tobago, going up to that Tacarigua. Oh, wrapped on the pads, given the breakthrough. Charles gets the breakthrough. Daly was playing across the line. We spoke about his capacity to get the front foot down. In that situation, he was a bit static, and that one kept a bit, it didn't keep low, but did not really bounce perhaps as high as he thought. And Charles, the man deserving of the opening wicket, Trinidad and Tobago, they have struck Jamaica 30 for 1, and out goes Damian Daly for 13. A good breakthrough for Jamaica, for TNT.
Excellent breakthrough there by Charles, and as you say, Seth, he definitely deserved the wicket. He's been bowling well, long spell this morning. I think he's into his 6th over now, and got the breakthrough. But once again with Daly there, he just, you know, when you commit yourself like that and plant that front foot forward, you you can be in trouble if the ball holds its line like that delivery did. Then you're playing around your front pad, and that's what got him in trouble there. But very good ball in there by Charles.
Yes. Good bowling. The man coming in is DeMarco Scott, the right-handed batter. In fact, he has been the leading player for the Jamaicans. Comes in at number 3. The leading batter in the tournament. He lies number 4, I think, yes, in the ranking in the batting so far, and also the leading wicket taker, having 6 wickets so far. His right arm off spin has helped them, and
He's doing it all.
Yes. Well, you also would look down that order, and there are some outstanding performances, but he is saying, I can bat at number 3 and I can take wickets. So somebody who should get a looking somewhere if he continues in this vein for the next 2 days, for the next 2 matches.
Mm-hmm.
Good one from Charles. He's a bit diminutive, compact. I would like to say Tamar Lambert. I would also like to say Liam Sebastian, not quite as thick. But when you saw his first shot, it was definitely a confident shot. Good over from Charles. Trinidad and Tobago making that breakthrough in the over.
Yeah, excellent over there by Charles and Trinidad.
Maiden, 30.
Yeah, wicket maiden. Yeah. And that's what they would have been looking for, to break that opening partnership and see if they can run through the Jamaicans. I think I gave them a bit of an injustice. I think Jamaica did win one game, didn't they? When Barbados were...
Yes, they're down at 4.
They
beat Barbados.
When Barbados had the game won.
Game by 17 runs. Oh! He almost played on the Terry.
He did. But again, a nothing shot outside the off stump. Yeah. Not moving into the delivery. And looking for those gaps. And not even the gaps, though, Seth, because the field is set deep.
Yes, and it's
soft hands. Yeah.
In the offside. All 5-6 fielders inside the circle on the offside. So that is why you realize that Aljanjo Kasiram is just probing outside the off stump. He may not have the pace of Charles, but he's just probing there. They have recognized that Gordon is not really moving the feet. This time he shuffles a course. But was attempting to play on the offside. That ball may have come back into him. Took the outer part of the bat and went into the onside. Good containing bowling here. I would say good responsible batting as well from Gordon, who is on 9. But his 9 from 37 deliveries and 1-4.
Yes, yeah. He's been contained, but he's brought about that a lot to himself. With shots like that, you see, I mean, that looks good. You defend the ball, there's a good enough delivery, but softer hands, you could push that and take the single. Yeah.
Right. So these are some of the craft for the young men. We are cognizant they're just on the 15s. So, still a long way to go in terms of development. Steps out to that. You ask the question, when will spin come in? From the...
Yeah, there's a bit of a delay, though, isn't it? If your top bowler is your spinner, and but we haven't seen anything but the seamers so far this morning.
Oh, beaten edge.
Big appeal given. Good catch.
Yes. Kasiram pitching outside, and you mentioned about a nothing shot. That sort of shot that you stick out the bat and not really shuffling in line. And that was a good take in the end by wicketkeeper Nelson. Going down low, tumbling over umpire Bernard Joseph, raising the index finger. Jamaica losing their second wicket. When one falls, another falls.
Funny game, cricket, isn't it, sir?
You're off to looking good at 30 without loss.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden...
overs, you are 30 for 2.
30 for 2.
What do you do in a situation like that, Terry?
Yeah, well, but again, game awareness, though, with Gordon. He had a couple of opportunities to take singles in that over and get himself down the other end. Didn't,
Again to the prize.
and then paid the price. But excellent catch by the keeper because he had to come a long way forward. It looked like he might have damaged himself a bit, but excellent catch. Trinidad on top, Seth.
Well, they are on top, but the question is, can they remain on top? In fact, the Trinidad and Tobago wicketkeeper is Ramanan, Cristiano Ramanan, not Ronaldo. Cristiano Ramanan. So perhaps a thought that he could be a sort of footballer. You'd have to go into his background one of these days, find out if he plays football. Oftentimes, parents give the children these names, Terry.
After their heroes.
You have a son. There is someone thinking Tendulkar style. So we see another change. Charles, who would have gotten the wicket. Charles, who would have completed his first 1 for 9 from 6 overs, including 3 maidens, will be replaced at the CIU end. And Charles will be replaced by Maharaj on the right side. Right signal by the umpire, in fact by Batu Singh, not Maharaj, Darius Batu Singh. Tall, right arm, slow medium.
Yeah, he's a very tall lad, but he's got he looks to me, in his run-up, a lot like Jason Holder.
Good delivery on this occasion. He really got one sort of jumped a bit. DeMarcus Scott prodded at it. Good conditions here, almost picture perfect conditions. The outfield has even gotten greener. I missed Saturday, but Vernon, between the opening game, well, not the opening game, the last game we did here on Thursday, it has been a contrast in terms of, I guess, the rain going out. But he's scooping down as though
That is keeping low.
that one bounced, and he was not.
If he had stayed up straight, yeah.
He was just stretching at that, content to leave the ball outside the line of the off stump and suggesting that it was hitting low, but
No.
that was right in the zone. Perhaps he's trying to come to grips with the conditions. Gets a wide. We spoke, Vernon and I, on Thursday regarding the appearance coming out.
It's excellent. It's excellent. I mean, we've been
Seen it for Jamaica.
we've been crying about that for how many years here across all disciplines, sporting disciplines, that the parents don't show enough interest and everything. But to travel here for the tournament, fantastic, and it must be given Trinidad and Tobago a huge lift. I mean, every delivery, as you can hear in the background,
Yes,
they're cheering every delivery and everything like that.
I spoke to the father of Brendan Dudu, the captain of the TNT team. He's eager to come and join, do an interview with us sometime during the day. And he's very delighted. His son is a part of Presentation College, the premier, the champion school team here in San Fernando, in Trinidad.
Right.
See a wide on this occasion.
Yeah, he's just losing his direction here.
So the appearance again, this is really good, not just from a CWI standpoint, but from a national standpoint, and even from a player standpoint. When you have the appearance around, that is a boost. And every delivery they're cheering. Okay, he gets off. Oh no, he will not get off. I'm not trying to laugh down in this occasion. Is it? I'm seeing now that we have on our scoreboard Nikolai Mackenzie, who was trying to get off the mark. The question is, there is a situation here where we have DeMarcus Scott, who was trying to get off the mark. Mackenzie is yet to get off the mark, but it should have been a single. Because yes, he was trying, but what Mackenzie was still at the other end on his bat.
Yeah, the non-striker never moved there. Not a wayward delivery though.
Second wide of the third wide.
Third wide. Mm.
Because you spoke about using softer hands and create a single. I think Marco did that.
Right.
Did that.
Right.
But then Mackenzie was literally
Stand there watching him.
hands akimbo, leaning on the bat. So there has to be communication. Vernon and yourself spoke about that with that Daly Gordon opening partnership. None of them, fortunately, got run out, but at the end of the day, there were a couple of situations.
Almost the leading edge of that one.
Yes, Scott was almost turned inside out, shaping as though he wanted to go down the leg side. That one pitched on wicket, but looked as though it was leaving him. And I think the two batters need to just talk to break up that period of lack of scoring, both on North. Over completed after 12, 34 for 2.
Yeah, apart from the 3 wides, nothing much else for Jamaica out of that over. And the 12 gone now, and you've only got 30 odd on the board. You're already 2 down. Looking for a partnership. These two have got great opportunity. See what they can do, but the pressure is mounting on them. Run rate not flush at the moment.
Cassiram will be back. He has had 2 overs, 1 made and 1 wicket for 2 runs. He will be happy with his returns. Darius Batu Singh is 1 over, 4 runs, and of those 4 runs, 3 have been wides. Otherwise, it has been good containing stuff from the opening bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago. Mackenzie.
Way.
I thought, I believe it's a mindset here, because he almost dropped into that was a creeper. It was not quite a creeper. May have kept lower than he thought. But then he waited late to go down to play that shot. By the time he did, the ball was through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, I think batting at that northern end is a bit of an invariable bounce that's just playing on the batsman's mind.
Here is he covers up now. Looks so solid, so much better coming on the front foot.
And stayed taller over the ball, so he was able to negotiate that one with no difficulty.
Another wide. They're struggling a bit in terms of direction. Kari Saram, only his first, but we have seen a plethora of those in the previous over by Batu Singh.
Yeah, all bowlers have struggled a bit with their lines. Quite a few wide so far.
Comfortable single. Mackenzie gets off the mark.
Yeah, and better running that time, better understanding between the two of them, Scott and Mackenzie.
35 for 2 after 12.
A few spectators in set.
Yes, a few there on the mound on that CIU side. The appearance of the Trinidad and Tobago team, they are in the stands here. A few other spectators on towards our left. That is on the southern stand here, below our commentary position. Oh, nicely driven, but nicely knocked down. These Trinidad and Tobago fielders, man, they are busy like bees.
Yeah, they're very alert in the field, aren't they?
It's good to see.
Definitely. Stopped at least 1, if not 2 there.
Now this pair they would need to replicate at least in a run what the openers Gordon and full face of the bat. Good to see that from Scott, full face of the bat. But that opening stand that we saw, even though it was not going a run per ball, we must, Daly and Gordon, at least they were able to put on 30 runs, Daly with 13, Gordon with 9. I think this partnership, they would need to put on at least another 30 to get Jamaica in a more comfortable position. Because 30 for, without loss, then 2 wickets have been lost. Now 36 for 2 after 13. So consolidation and scoring at a better rate would be critical.
Yeah, most definitely, Seth, and they've just got to watch that rate because they don't want to dig too much of a hole for themselves. And as we know, pressure gets to these young guys, wickets start to fall. So they need to be cognizant of that and try and keep turning the scoring over, which hasn't really been their style so far. They haven't really picked the gaps or, as I say, use softer hands and just drop it and run with the field being as deep as it is.
Okay, so we recognize these are on the 15. We can also contemplate while we stick to look at the cricket. What do they do in terms of because you're speaking about running between the wicket becoming critical. Lovely shot from Mackenzie, but good fielding in the extra cover position. Wow, this is sublime stuff from the TNT players. It looks like Beckles, who opened that bowling with Charles, diving across to his left, stopping what looked like 4 off the bat.
Definitely. Excellent fielding once again, keeping the pressure on. Saved at least 3 there.
So is it a matter of the presence of mind of dropping the ball, taking the quick singles, because you have youth on your side, and they could be lightning fast between the wickets.
Right.
So that's an aspect. Scott coming forward, and then you also see that uncertainty in running. Scott met that one nicely, had some exploitatory steps, but perhaps there was not the contact with Mackenzie. So that communication piece, I think.
And I think also, Seth, it's got a lot to do with confidence. To me, they've batted so far this morning like defense is key, and they're happy to defend the delivery, and they're thinking about scoring later, where that is not ideal. Yeah. But they'll learn, for sure. They'll learn.
And we're in the 15th over. So they're going to wait in the back end of the innings to get a power play over.
Right.
After this, so
Right.
it is something down the leg side, another wide.
And if you've noticed, Seth, since the 2 wickets have fallen, basically it's been the extras that have
That's right.
that have been turning the score over.
That's right, because
There's
Nikolai
hasn't been
Mackenzie
too
got
many off the
2,
bat.
Marcus Scott is yet to score from 12 balls, and we would have had about 4 wides in between.
That's better.
Well played. He gets off the mark. Scott coming back for the second. Pull back by the fielder down on the final boundary. Looks like Mohammed. So much better. That would do much to Scott's confidence.
For his confidence, for sure.
So I think what you have said is so correct. Maybe a matter of confidence.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to decide whether that is the moment. But to me, every moment is a moment that could be critical towards the outcome of the game. Wow, another wide. We're seeing there from Batu Singh, Darius Batu Singh. He's struggling a bit.
He is, but it's quite unusual though, Seth, that it seems to me that all these seam bowlers, every time they go for the effort ball, is when they lose their direction. That's much better.
Excellent single. That one went just about 3 yards off the track.
See, now if Scott has picked that up early in his innings like that, then a lot of those singles that they've missed out on, they can make up for now.
That's right.
And Vernon was telling me that Antigua and Barbuda only saw up to 4, but he said he won 10 medals in the swimming at Carifta Games.
Okay,
Excellent performance again.
I have not been really following that. I was just so focused on the cricket with the time available.
True.
I want to make sure I see the best or learn the best of the youngsters.
But all I was
15
going,
overs going 42 for 2. Wow.
all I was going to say though, Seth, is the swimming, and they're a fantastic bunch of people. I talk to them
But
pretty often, but they've done better since they lost the pool.
I am not going to go there, Terry. But what it shows, but there's a relation between swimming and cricket. You know, Sir Andy Roberts, the former West Indies fast bowling legend, said that swimming was critical to his development as a fast bowler.
Right,
in
yeah.
West Indies cricket. Because it's running, it's training.
Yeah.
It's a lot of swimming, so the swimming develops.
But they say,
the arm and the body, so good swimmers could make good cricketers.
right.
And good
I don't know
cricketers
about good cricketers.
Well, this
That's
is not
whip
swimming,
nice.
but this is good cricket here.
It'll
It will be
roll.
boundary number
Yes.
2. Oh, wow.
Just got there.
Lovely bit of batting there. And you now see DeMarcus Scott is perhaps warming up to something special.
Well, I think he's assessed the situation quite nicely. He took his time to get off the mark. He had a look at the bowling. He saw where the field was placed and noticed that it was deep. So he got himself going by taking the quick singles. Now that ball just straying into his pads, whipped nicely through mid-wicket for his first boundary.
This time he leaves it alone. Good bowling, good change of trajectory on the part of Alejandro Casiram. Looking at the field, the slip, well, as you have been commenting about, the slip have been back, well back behind the wicketkeeper with the first and what would have been proverbial third slip, but let's say first and second. Backward point on towards the edge of the circle. Cover, extra cover, mid off. Good control shot on the part of Scott. And then only, 2 men on the onside?
Yeah.
2 boys on the onside.
Yeah, they've been playing to a 7-2 offside field all morning, but the slips interest me because apart from being deep,
This
that's
time he
guided
steers
nice.
it down nicely. We'll get 2. There's still some hesitation for the second one, and that ball went 3/4 of the way to the third man boundary. Scott, nevertheless, he's happy to pick up his 7th run.
But apart from being deep, the first slip, as we know, is normally the deepest. But if you have a look, the second slip, which, as you say,
Yes.
Seth, is rather in a third
Actually
slip
deep.
position, but he's deeper than the than the first.
Driven
Roy,
out court. Scott goes.
hey, just when he was getting in.
DeMarcus Scott getting some confidence, perhaps getting overconfident, throwing the bat at that one outside the off stump. Casiram gets his 2nd wicket, and the Trinidad and Tobago spectators are ecstatic, and you can see the team itself, they are energized. Water break time. Trinidad and Tobago in a good position here. The league leaders, they have taken their 3rd wicket. Jamaica 48 for 3.
Yeah, excellent first hour play by Trinidad, and Scott would be disappointed with that though. He just got himself going, assessed conditions rather nicely, but the eyes lit up. Seth,
Yes.
informed batsman, wide, full outside the off stump, went for the big drive. Unfortunately, took the outside edge, and that was the end of Scott. So to pick up 3 wickets and still only 48 on the board.
48, yes. So just to recap, before we take our little break here. They started with Damian Daly and Tyson Gordon Jr. Daly was LBW to Charles for 13. He struck 2 fours. Gordon was caught Ramanan, the wicket keeper, off the bowling of Kassi Ram for 9. He had 1-4, 41 deliveries. DeMarcus Scott, the leading scorer for the Jamaica team, who came in at number 3. He was caught just now before the break, Charles, at backward point of the bowling of Kassi Ram for 9. So Nikolai McKenzie is not out on 2. I believe he will be joined by Xavier Jones after the break. Trinidad and Tobago really doing well, taking the 3 wickets here. The wicket takers, well, Charles would have come out trumps earlier, but it has been Alejandro Casiram with 2 for 10 from his overs, doing well here, bowling as second change bowler for Trinidad and Tobago. But Sion Charles having 1 for 9 from his 6, including 3 maiden. Zaki Long, Best Beckles, none for 15 from his 4 overs, including 2 maidens. And the other bowler, apart from Kathy Ram, who has had 2 for 10, has been Darius Batu Singh, none for 10 from 2 overs. So we'll have a break and we'll be back with you after the break.
So we're back with the action. 16 overs bowled, 48 for 3, and Jamaica more or less in some trouble. Trinidad and Tobago large and in control. I'm alongside my colleague Seth Burton. And wickets lost so far, Daly. Just before we get into Daly, we look as if it will be a bowling change. Is this Yasir Dean?
Yes.
And he starts well. Make sure that we have that right. Number 13. 15. Number 15. Set has called it right. And looks like Boodoo. And if it's number 15, it's Boodoo.
Yes, Boodoo himself is an all-rounder, the wrist spinner.
The captain. Captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team. So he starts well. Let's see what's going to be happening. Flatter, faster, the delivery. So at the end of 16, Jamaica 48 for 3, and they really need a rebuilding partnership as we speak, Seth.
Definitely.
Bodo. A little bit of a trouble there. Number 50 has come out for Trinidad and Tobago, Mackenzie. He's the captain.
Yes,
so
he is.
This is a good contest here. Let's see what his approach will be. He's sort of pulling away.
Yes, I think there's some uncertainty because Boodoo has his first 2 deliveries really had him guessing.
He's having a hoik into the mid-wicket area, the left-hander, and he gets a boundary. Beautiful shot there. So Mackenzie eyeing up that spot. In the meantime, the 50 has come up for Jamaica. So 52 for 3 with that boundary. Mackenzie gets off the mark. Lovely, positive shot. In fact, he's gone to 6, sorry. Binns is the one who's not been off the mark yet. And Trinidad and Tobago really putting on the screws there. At the end of 17, they're 52 for 3. And they've looked very disciplined set.
Yes, an excellent shot there. I like to see that positivity because that over, the first 2 balls had him guessing. The third, he got, closer to the delivery. But then he spotted that well, and perhaps he said, hey, I've seen enough of you. And Mackenzie did have a good swing at that and was able to get a 4. And we spoke about the importance of partnerships. And I could see that the lack of partnership during that period when Jamaica needed to rebuild is a problem, because they lost 2 wickets on 30 and then lost another just before the break on 48. So they would need to continue to build here if they're going to have a strong platform.
Trinidad and Tobago ringing the changes. You see Yasser Dean, who is now coming to the top, wearing a big number. DJ Bravo's number, 47.
Do you think the children sometimes pick?
Oh, they do.
When I say children, the boys.
Yeah, they do set.
Pick according to.
I should tell you that. It's almost like looking at Maradona and the late Maradona. You see the number 10. Everybody wants to wear that number 10, especially coming from Trinidad and Tobago. You want to wear the number 47. But
what about the Sunil Lorraine number? No one wants to wear that?
Well, we'll find out if somebody has that one. I see someone is wearing. He's not playing today. Ali Khan, 999.
Interesting.
Maybe we were looking at that one. Here is a steer down to the third man area.
Weren't you suggesting 777 the other day? And I said that you could perhaps patent that or TM trademark.
We could.
So you have to do it quickly, Brian.
We certainly have to do that one quickly. At the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in this Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 15 Championship, the Windward Islands are in a bit of a trouble. They're 59 for 3 in the 14th over. So Barbados fighting back there in that encounter. And 2 of their main batters in Fontaine and Edwards, they're back in the hut already. But they've got a good low order, so anything is possible. Mackenzie comes quietly forward to a Yassine Dean delivery. Has to get back into the crease. Single given away. No need for that. They just needed to relax themselves. Spectators bellowing out some very positive messages here from the pavilion. And just to give you an idea in terms of what's happening, score in the meantime goes up to 54 for 3. Jamaica is rebuilding time, as the late mighty Ara from Montserrat would say. And Jamaica have to spend some time. They got to get even back for another 5 overs. Dean into. He's sort of squaring up set. He playing around the ball there. The right foot not moving there at all. It's got to be careful about that.
Also the confidence factor evidently missing.
O'Dane Nathaniel Binns. He's driving in the air over mid-off. Won't go to the boundary for 4. And the fielder, number 59 for Trinidad and Tobago, Jatton. Just one for that because he was looking at the ball set and not thinking about running.
Oh, man.
That's what we're talking about in terms of capitalizing on moments to get runs.
Yes, at least 2 was on the card comfortably and perhaps a chance to challenge for the third.
We expected 2 set, but they maybe were in a different contest.
The ball was in the air for quite some time. It's being struck down the ground.
Ghana 78 for 4 at the end of 15 overs. So they're
scoring well.
Yeah, they're fighting back.
They've lost some. Yeah.
Nanan and Mohabe are the captain there. Mohabe is not out on 15. And the wicket takers again. Jaime Clark in among the wickets. 3 for 18. Opening burst from his first 5 overs. He's a good prospect.
Yes, good prospects. Gittins also, the man, one of the leaders, bowling leaders. Oh!
That's a ripper.
That is good bowling. Vernon, you get excited about fast bowlers flying the ball around, but you get excited, young man Budu, giving air and really getting the ball to rip.
And something else, I'm going to just show you an observation again, Seth. The wicket keeper's position, his left foot is down the line of the middle stump. And if he's going to be, his left foot is going to be down the line of the middle stump, it means that his left eye is off.
That's right.
There.
Can't
He needs
sight
to
it.
be, his left foot needs to be outside the line of the off stump so that at least he can be clear. And he's trying to overcompensate. In fact, if you look at there, you realize that he has not moved. Mid-off fielder giving
Four
away a
runs.
boundary there. That's a poor effort.
Should have been just a single.
I'm wondering, and I don't want to say anything, Seth, if Trinidad and Tobago just feels that they're just going to win this game.
Yeah.
The body
Complacency
language in the
could be
last
an
couple of
issue.
overs, they've thrown away a
Yeah.
overthrow, they've, just
For the
fallen
first
away there.
15, man, they were impeccable
They
in
were.
the field. They were like busy bees. Last 3 overs, you're right, a little lapse because you're on top. So they need to avoid complacency setting in.
First slip was a little wide, goes down. Just making that little adjustment. And if you check what I was talking about, Seth, just for your observations, you want to tell us that. Now look at the keeper's
Yes,
left
you're
hand.
correct.
Especially when he goes down, and you'll see what I'm talking about. When he gets up, just look at the delivery and see what's happening. See, his left foot is not moving at all.
Vernon, obviously you're keen observer, not just administration wise, but also coach technically wise. I'm going to make the point after this over. It simply means that the same observation at times. I know it is 59 for 3 from 90, but I just want to make this clear that as coaches sometimes you are so up close working with the players that at times perhaps they need to take a full spectrum view, go from far off, because we can observe this from 100 yards out. A coach may be just working one-on-one, face-to-face in small little perimeters, but the point that you're making is a very salient point, especially wicket keeping to spin bowlers. We also saw that with the Barbados wicket keeper, not going down low enough, and then, a couple of drop chances. So wicket keeping and fielding, they are key as well in terms of the cricket development.
And the same movement continues, Seth, where he's positioning. His right foot is the same for the left-hander, which is almost making him pretty awkward. Because first of all, when the left-hander comes forward, Seth, he's unsighted. So he's searching. He has to move his head rather than seeing a clear cut of the ball. I find the first slip is also pretty close, Seth.
Field setting, we just spoke about it.
Angles.
Fielding, yes.
Gotta
Angles, understanding that.
Got to get your angles right. And here's where the keeper and the captain comes into play. Got to be able to work those angles out. 59 for 3. Folks, we're just calling it. We've been around the cricket for a long time, and when you listen to us, there's just little structural adjustments that can be made. Nothing critical, but these can either make or break you, help you to lose a game down the onside. Keep
Because-
it coming around nicely.
Because our platform now as a West Indies team, as national teams, as regional teams, would be built on these players,
Of course, for
given the
next 10
returns that
years.
we have had.
Got to get the fundamentals right at this level. Skipper wants to go, Mackenzie, but he's in a bind. Can't do much. 60 for 3. He's driving up to cover, down the ground, getting an easy single. Up to 61 for 3. That's also going to be key. So long on and long off out for Dean. It's already before this match. Beautiful work over there. He bowled some 18 overs, 3 innings, 47 runs, 8 wickets. He completes his second over here. And Jamaica rebuilding time with some 30 overs to go. They're 61 for 3.
Yes, we're building time. As you mentioned the scores at the other venues. Unfortunately, we can't really bring all 3 games. You're seeing some similarities, Vernon. That 59 for 3 when it was 54 for 3 here. Jamaica 71. That Guyana, game. So you were seeing similarities. In that context, do you see any of these teams in this match, if we were to look at the possibility of scoring a double? 200 runs. Is that asking too much
Well,
of the young players?
Well, Trinidad has been consistent in their scoring, as we see. Some wides being signaled here. It's going down to the boundary. The youngster's all right.
Yes,
the same
Ali
move
Khan,
with
he's
Ali
okay.
Khan. Yeah, he's on for someone. He's not playing today. Wide signal here by the umpire. So it should be 5 runs.
5, that's right.
So it
To the
should
team.
be 66 in the makeup. Let's see if the manual scoreboard gets it right there.
So in the context, then Jamaica would have to realize Trinidad's consistency if they're going to make a game of this.
Yes, they certainly. Mackenzie again was thinking about it. He wants to go, but he has to restrict himself. Trinidad and Tobago, because they've been the most consistent team. Brendan Badu, the captain, 131 runs, and Christian Lal, 74. So they've been a pretty all-round team.
Yes.
Bodo is
Third in the
yeah.
in the batting as well, and also doing well. Looking at quite a decent bowler.
He's got good composure.
Oh, lovely
In
shot!
the air. Oh, beautiful shot over mid-off and down to the boundary. No.
Pulled up just inside.
Yeah, just that little area there. Didn't
But-
have the legs to go and hit the rope there.
But I really like that approach by Mackenzie. That lofted drive. He had confidence that he would have really gotten it clear over the head of the extra cover, deep extra cover, or deep mid-off fielder.
Mackenzie walks like a cricketer.
Yes, you can see it. He
There's
gives that
something
air,
about his
that
mannerism.
air.
Yeah, you know what I mean? He looks composed. Just look at his little flip in his legs. You can see that. And he's watching the ball. He just got back and just stared that out to the sweeper on the offside. Looks like a cricketer, Mackenzie. I was able to speak to my colleague, Seth, Philip Service, somebody who's been around cricket, been a servant for Jamaica's cricket and regional cricket, is always concentrated. He's development officer in Jamaica, but I first met Philip at the youth level, and I was like a long time ago, over 30 years ago. It's good to see him this morning. Over-completed. And Barbados also pushing on against the Windward Islands. But here, Trinidad and Tobago, they will say they're in control. Set 69 for 3.
Yes, they're in control, but I think the prospects here are good for Jamaica because Mackenzie, he has grown in composure, looks confident. Can he go on? Is he going to get the support that he needs? I think this is going to be a good battle. The next 5 overs could well determine, how far these teams go.
But I want to talk a little bit, Seth, and tell me what you observe with the field placing for Dean when you get a chance. Just give you something to test your brains.
Well, immediately comes to mind. I'm not quite sure. It's a little bit more defensive. We have the long on and the mid wicket on the boundary. We have do we have a man on the deep extra cover boundary? I mean, those are clear. I'm not quite sure if there is any intelligence in terms of the Jamaicans. Right, his control.
That's what you're talking about. He's bowling to his feet
That's
because
right.
he wants the batsman to hit the ball as straight as possible. So if you're good, you're gonna have to play the ball on the outside, and if you want to, if you want it go on the leg side, it means that you're gonna have to tug the ball.
That's right. So that is something. Again, only the first slip, the backward of point is there.
And the short extra cover catching.
Right.
Also the mid wicket. So you realize there are 5 fielders inside the circle.
Oh,
Going to the first slip. Caught nap in there, down the hill, won't go into the boundary, and they get 2 runs quite easily. But Dean is an interesting bowler.
You spoke earlier about the slip, the positioning of the slip, and to Dean as the spinner, I would love to see the slip in closer because that one fell short of the slip field and went through him before. Now he comes in a bit closer. I think that could have been the possibility of could have been close to a wicket taking delivery.
And I also think he ended up in a wrong-footed situation. He went the other way rather than going right. So he was caught in no man's land. Plus, also to Set.
All caught.
Pressure, Set. Pressure. Mackenzie yielding to the pressure, Set. And that's what I was talking to you, Set. You're going to have to be real good to be able to keep the ball down. And he's cut out the scoring areas. Very smart cricketer.
Good captaincy.
Picking up his ninth wicket of the season so far.
Yes, good captaincy on the part of Bodo, good bowling on the part of Dean. And you see why he's the leading wicket taker. And as I said earlier, he would have had 8 wickets at less than 6 runs per wicket. So now he's really crunching things down. And he comes into the bowling in the middle passage of the innings. He's not getting the chance at the top. The sheen is off, has good grip, has good control. And now Jamaica, they are the ones on the pressure now, 71 for 4.
It's been very, very, very hot set right there. I can tell you. I could feel the heat, much less the youngsters. So every little water break they get, I think, is also very important. Xavier Jones comes out for Jamaica wing number 33. And it's been a very quick procession going back. Philip George service. What a human interest when it comes in terms of West Indies cricket. The manager is Nathaniel Griffiths, and Brian William Brown is also the coach for Trinidad and Tobago, and Kelvin Mohammed, the manager, Bodo, is driven down the ground in number 84 there. They're ball watching, Seth.
Yes, they are.
Binns is hit that down the ground over mid-off and just strolled across casually. And only got 1 run. I don't understand that at all here.
We don't know what is happening with the run in between the wicket, because we saw possibilities of 3 being just 1, possibilities of 3 being 2. They need to capitalize on every scoring opportunity.
So let's see what the approach will be from Jones. Down the onside, wide, quicker, faster ball there from Bodo. And straight away, he apologizes to the keeper and says, sorry, my brother. They want to overcompensate in that area. 73 for 4, flighted. Beautiful delivery. So down the onside.
So they have the twin spin.
Yeah.
Bodo and Dean. They're mesmerizing the Jamaican batters at this time.
So it also reminds you of Nana Nanali.
Ramdin and Valentine.
Yes. Driven. Coming off of the outside edge. Jones thinking about it. You know, you were talking about this morning, Seth, about fast bowlers coming out to Trinidad and Tobago. I want to say good day to Anthony Gray.
That's a good guy.
Yeah. Marlon Black. I don't know if you.
That's right, yes.
Marlon Black, a couple of guys. They've really had some guys who've come through. Even Dillon, I can remember. Mervyn
that
Dillon.
was a bad omission on my part.
Mervyn Dillon got selected from a Northern Telecom tournament in St. Kitts. I remember that. Another wicket. He's out.
He said he believes the ball near bomb.
The umpire's giving you out, son. You struck the ball right to cover. And another wicket goes down for Jamaica.
I thought the young man thought maybe I hit it in the ground, because you know sometimes you have that shot, you play the ball on the volley, on the up, and that's the reading of the umpire and the Trinidad and Tobago fielding team. He may have said, I hit it in the ground, it bombed, but no, he has been bombed out. And 74 for 5. This is precarious, Vernon.
Yeah,
from a position of 30 without loss, looking in control after 10 overs, declining what? Yes, you have scored 44 more runs within the next 12 overs, but you would have lost, 5 wickets?
I think it's just the purpose set from the opening pair, from Daly to Gordon. There's a little bit of uncertainty in terms of running between the wickets, the communication. And that in itself could be a problem. In fact, most of the teams we haven't seen Trinidad and Tobago bat, but most the teams that we've seen so far, there's always a miscommunication in trusting your partner to figure out what you want. Left-hander comes out, and wearing the number 8 is this young man. And it's Williams, Joel Williams comes out. Joel Williams, let's hope that To be able to get some runs.
He's a strongly built lad, very tall.
Looks like a Jerome Taylor-like. Driving, beautiful. He's busy like he's off the mark
Yes.
straight away. So Joel Williams is on the go. He's on the march. First
That's
delivery
what I like to see, Vernon. The intent.
from Budo.
His
He's off
first
the mark.
delivery, but you saw the intent. He's going to take a single, and it is important that from a psychological perspective, is displayed by the young players.
Look like we're going to be in for a good contest here. Comes quietly forward. Here's Jones. So Jones and Williams will have a conversation at the end of another over. Jamaica 75 for 5. And it could be an early day here for Trinidad and Tobago. But cricket is a funny old game.
That's right.
And Jones and Williams could maybe spoil the party here today.
Well, that's the intent. But when you look at it, Dean and Boudou, this twin spin, if either you're going to get on top of them or they're going to get on top of you. So it's a battle.
Oh, it's a good day to David Williams. And also say good morning also to the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board and also the newly elected vice president of Trinidad and Tobago Board and President Dr. Kishore Shallow. We wish both men all the best for the next 2 years. Quite a lot of work to get done. Dean to Williams. Williams comes quietly forward. Williams looks organized. He looks like he knows something about batting. The last time I said that somebody looked organized, they got out. So let me keep quiet.
You got to
75
keep
for
quiet,
5.
man. But the truth is, you have to say how it looks. Because oftentimes how you look, if you keep going, it helps, that sort of non-verbal cue. If you didn't make it, well, you can't blame the commentator for your assessment. You got to say to the youngster, you look organized, you got what it takes, but you're not taking what you've gotten, which is the opportunity, man.
Got that right, Seth. Dean in the 47 down the onside. Keeper unsighted, wide signal. Richard Kelly said, I think opened his academy. Richard Kelly was another young fast bowler. Ravi Paul.
In fact, a good all-rounder, Richard Kelly, for the period in which he played. Ravi Rampal came on with a bang as a 19-year-old after youth cricket, just straight into the TNT team.
He was fast.
He was fast, rapid.
Put some weight on during the years and
Yes.
then more or less sort of struggled in the way.
Oh, lovely shot.
Inside out to the sweeper. So you see what we were talking about, Seth. When Dean comes on to bowl, Dean is bowling in a particular area where he wants you to hit the ball. Outside of him overcompensating for trying a fast ball, he keeps it simple. 77 for 5. He's going to bowl to the right-hander, Jones. 23 overs bowled. This is over number 24. So we're almost getting up to the halfway point. Slip for Trinidad and Tobago, very wide. And nothing shot there from Jones. Completes the over. And just to give you a summary in terms of what is happening, we'll give you an update on the bowling figures. But the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Jamaica 77 for 5, and Trinidad and Tobago continuing their dominance. Bowling change. The number 18 comes back into the attack, so I think they're looking to go to the beach early. Yeah.
Today.
Walk back their strike bowler, the number 18.
Well, today.
And Beckles.
Today's perennial, well, normally a beach day in Antigua, but it'll be the Easter Monday.
It's a beach day in
That's the
Trinidad and
time.
Tobago too.
Yes, in fact, I left the beach early today, left a camp that I was at in order to get here. And already, you're speaking about 8:30, the beach was already packed, Vernon.
Wow.
And the other beach that I drove through, Little Fries, that was also packed with tents and campers. So you can understand what we are gaining.
Sion Charles, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 9 runs, 1 wicket. Zaylan Beckles starts his 5th over, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 15 runs, no wickets. Kazaram will break for a while. Beauty. Not in no man's land right there. In fact, no, I fact, I think it's Mohammed, and not Beckles. So Mohammed, the
Yes.
left armor, we're seeing for the first time. So Trinidad, they're bringing them out very quickly. Another bowler. As Mohammed starts. Bang on target. Wow.
And he's a left-arm medium. He's
He's in the back half.
hard. That's what I'm saying. From just ambling up, not any long run, lengthy run. Interesting action. He just keeps that ball cramping the left-hander.
He looks busy. He's attacking the crease. You could see him, young Mohammed. Aaron Samir Mohammed. So must have been, his parents must have modeled something off. Steered down to the short third man. Can't stop the single. And good cricket all around right here. Williams looks organized as he gets into the act. Score in the meantime goes up to 78. 78 for 5.
You know, Vernon, as we spoke about Trinidad and Tobago on these fast bowlers, the ultimate all-rounder, the one who got things started, Bernard Julian may be saying, man, these guys forgot me. No, we would never forget you, Sir Bernard.
Forget the legend.
Your tremendous input and impact. You know, they say you save the best for last.
Yeah. One of the guys said, along with people like Norbert Phillip and Bernard Julian and Keith Boyce to have completed the double during regional cricket. In fact,
In those early days.
yeah, we went on to play for the West Indies. And sometimes when you match up, Noel Bishard, your spinner from the Leeward
St.
Islands from
Kitts.
St. Kitts, he completed the double and was maybe one of the unfortunate guys not to have played for the West Indies.
Yes, certainly.
Banged away by Jones into the offside, and we'll get a couple of runs. The score motors on to 80. Good fire return into the keeper. And the wicket-keeper for today, Ramanan. Ramanan, almost in stature. Do I want to say that he is taller than David Williams, or about the same height?
Oh,
Caught behind, dropping in front of him, it didn't carry.
but you see, if you're going to compare him with David Williams, remember we're looking at a fully grown David Williams.
You would have a laugh about that.
You know, so this youngster, you have to be careful, you know. I always laugh at something. When I first met Devon Thomas, okay, he was a little man about, my shoulder. And I said, boy, you play cricket? You know, and about 3 years after I got back, I realized the man was a little taller than me. So I said, how did you grow? So this youngster a good comparison, but David Williams would just be looking up and smiling. My always biggest fun with Curtly, with Sir Curtly.
Beautiful, resourceful.
And
He always checks in on me. And
I heard Ruskin Marks the other day.
yes,
It has
beautiful.
been a long while.
And you see, when you come from that school where those guys analyze the game and they talk technique and those, so because too many times said, you listen in modern day commentary and you hear somebody say that somebody's bowling well, but when you break it down, you realize that it's just poor technique by the batsman.
I usually ask colleagues, what is a nice shot? It is not broken down. It's just basically, you said a notting shot. It's a notting comment. That's a nice shot. Explain nice.
Explain nice. Certainly a big point there.
Cricket is a lovely game, the most amazing game to witness, to play, and to describe.
80 for 5. Another catch again. Pressure. Dean strikes again. His 10th for the season. The Jamaicans are having a torrid time here.
But the batter is also contending. I hit it in the ground.
No, he's not. If you're not to the pitch of the ball and hit it in the air, you're going to be in trouble.
Well, they are in trouble here at 80 for 6. Jamaica, it's a little disappointing because, after that opening burst when we saw Mackenzie looking good and looking solid and then threw it away and then we saw
Williams just
the biggest, perhaps the strongest of the Jamaican batters, tall, strongly built, not like the other some of the diminutive players. You thought that he came out, he showed intent, and you said, Vernon, every time you see that they look good, they're poised, they don't carry through. Trinidad and Tobago having a field day, and they look as though they want to take the championship before completing the entire quota of matches.
Well, they are 3-0, and they're leading. When you check the points table, just to give the idea in terms of what's happening. Trinidad and Tobago, they're largely in control with 12 points. Leeward Islands in second place with 8 points. The Windward Islands also in third place with 8 points. Jamaica on 4, Guyana on 4, and the defending champions, Barbados, still yet to get off the mark, 80 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago in control here. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Seth, the last time the under-15 was held in Antigua, I think Trinidad might have won out right here at Coolidge, if I remember well.
They love the Antiguan condition, and they love Coolidge, and I'm speaking not only juniors, but the senior team. You know, when they come here, they love to play at Coolidge. They also love the stadium, but they're known to do rather well in their championships here in Antigua.
80 for 6. He's just come out as the new batsman. We look to see in terms of what's happening. Looks like Littleton, Ryan Littleton. And he's working this into the short fine leg area. He'll get a couple of runs here, Littleton, and so he's off the mark. Very business-like.
Well, the name matches the stature. He's little. Jamaica country, we can say little. little ton.
It's amazing.
But can he score a ton? He has enough time.
Yeah.
If he puts his head down, it's just at the halfway stage.
Pronunciation is key.
Yeah. But if he's at the halfway stage, perhaps he could say, man, I can make 4 runs for over. And that could be a big game changer for the Jamaicans.
So 82 for 6 set. And 82 for 6 means that this is over number 26. 26 overs have been bowled, 24 to go. And Jamaica in serious trouble of being bowled out pretty early. Mohammed is first up delivery. Jones is driving it to cover.
This speaks to the strength of the TNT team, because they have utilized 6 bowlers already. We're in over number 26. And when you consider that all, maybe barring one, have been rather tight and consistent, 4 seamers, 2 spinners.
Bodo has done an excellent job as skipper. Ooh, slash. Missed it completely. I almost thought for a moment I was looking at the Luther Kelly. It was a massive square drive there, as if like, yes, I'm going to pounce on that.
You have to be careful, Vernon. There are few persons who plays that square drive like Luther Kelly, even though he didn't make it onto the West Indies team. You can just pull out a few names on one hand.
You can imagine, sir. You make your debut, sir. They called the police commissioner and says you have to get to Barbados.
Oh, wow.
And then you get to Bridgetown on a helicopter onto the grounds. That's how Luther made his debut against Barbados.
Wow.
So
That must be written in history. It must not only be said.
he was hustled in.
It must not only be said. Luther Kelly, I trust that he's still in good health and good spirit.
He is.
Strapping gentleman who has really lit up the parks across the leewards, across the region.
Set also not to have gone higher in the umpiring circles.
Yes.
Started with the Stanford 2020 and then, just wait on. It's just amazing. Right?
Good batting we see here. He's watching the angles, young Littleton, realizing that the ball is going to seam away from him. The left-hander coming over the wicket to him.
Well, Jones is in strike. Look at
Jones.
looking on. Yeah.
Well, both are so similar.
Yeah, they're similar in
Similar in
stature.
build. I'm sure they look like twins.
Mohammed firing away.
Oh.
This ball is talking set. I almost thought that we're in England.
Man, I'm telling you, this is high-quality stuff at this level. High-quality performances here in the under 15. It is so delightful to see the young players. I keep saying we have a barrage of talents. We have to keep them going. I like the academy concept, and we're just going to have a vast amount of young, talented players here in the Caribbean, because this Trinidad and Tobago team, as the league leaders, they're really playing as champion. They're not champions yet, but they're playing as though they want to cap off the championship, with the leewards and the windwards not too far behind. Both leewards and the windwards would have had good showing, but the champions Barbados, they are down. You can't say they're down and out, because it would almost be, let me not say it. They can win today and win on Wednesday and create something, but clearly it is good to see TNT stepping up, and also leewards and windwards so far in this championship.
When the Windies leave here, Seth, they'll be journeying to Trinidad and Tobago to play in a series of games. So
Well-
Trinidad have been, really investing into this area. I think they have also gone across to Ghana. So the Trinidad program, they're circulating
Yes, that
by
I
giving
think-
the youngsters an opportunity to play matches. Something which I feel that in the leewards we're not privileged to. There is a hoik, as we would say, over the short mid-wicket area. Feeder from short mid-wicket coming around here. Somebody could be in trouble. Good fiery change there from Christian Lal.
And there is also, I think, a bilateral understanding between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana
Yes.
at that level. So there would be for a few years. But what I saw between the windwards and the leewards also pre-tournament, prior to the tournament, good opportunity where they had their little, try. You can call it mini try series.
Well, that's something that we've been trying to establish for a number of years. It's finally come on stream, set. And I've always said, even from the senior team, there needs to be more cricket played between Leeward Islands and Windward Islands. Where the Leeward Islands get an opportunity to go down to the Windwards and get in some cricket. Too many times we start from behind the 8 ball.
Dean is being played out into the deep. Oh, but the ball, yes, falls well short.
Christian Lal.
Who was running in from that straight mid-wicket position off the boundary.
He's also a wicket keeper, but he's in the outfield today. He looks like a live wire.
Good cricketers are good cricketers.
Oh, yeah.
So you'd have a
Doesn't
few
matter.
keepers, wicket keepers on teams.
Doesn't matter. Kenny comes into the conversation now. Keeping his eyes on the ball. Good fundamental position. Got down low with the ball. When you're coaching, you see that set. You feel very, very, very pleased to know that they're executing the skills. 28 overs bowled. The score in the meantime goes up to 86 for 6.
What would you consider a challenging score for Trinidad and Tobago in the context of this game?
Score set, and I've always said to folks, we've been around the cricket long enough. It's not the 300 that make a cricket game. As the scores like a 120, 130, 140. We saw what happened the other day, 175.
That's right.
Windward Islands got up to 175, right, against Guyana. That is enough at this level to put you under some pressure. Mohammed.
Bowling
Bowling!
behind his back.
He didn't know anything about that. Mr. Jeleng Jones, the 33, and Mohammed strikes for Trinidad and Tobago. They're on a roll here. Is it too early to celebrate the championship? Because I can say to you, if they win today, I don't think anybody can stop them.
Yes, they would have an unassailable lead because they have also racked up, in spite of the performance of the spinners, they have also racked up the most of the pace bowling points, which are bonus points here. So, wow, Jamaica, they are in trouble at 86 for 7. And this combination, TNT combination of bowlers, really an excellent combination. Mohammed adding to the fray. And really his variety as well, because we would have had the 3 medium fast bowlers. We would have had the 2 spinners and him as the left arm medium fast bowler, really adding joy to this TNT attack. Jamaica, they would need some really solid resolute action, rearguard action as we would call it here, Vernon, if they're even to get far, close to 100 or even far beyond 100.
86 for 7. Mohammed on a roll here. He's businesslike. He's a left-arm seamer. And he's running in. He's aggressive. And added extra pace bowling points for Trinidad and Tobago as we look at the young man. And so far, Yasser Dean has already picked up 2 wickets. Bang on target. He's getting this ball to talk here. And for somebody who's not in the established first seamer attack, this is impressive. Aaron Mohammed.
Well, sometimes you're not in the first up attack, but you have the quality of those at the top. He would work his way, and put his hand up. And later on, someone will observe that. I always like to read the old stories of, let's say, an Andy Roberts and agreeing to Clive Malcolm is bowling faster at this stage. Let him take the new ball. You know, that sort of thing, where you'd have good solidarity amongst the players.
Right delivery there from Mohammed to Giovanni Gray. Gray wearing a big number set, number 10.
Well, I just wanted to join you. You spoke about hailing up Tony Gray. Well, everyone knows Ian Bishop. We were speaking fast bowlers. We were speaking broadcasters.
Ken, another wide again from Mohammed.
Well,
Step ball across.
I guess he's hearing the praises and now he's gone into the casual mode. Also, when you were speaking broadcasters, I haven't heard a long time Selville Melville. Colin Murray, I've heard Colin Murray recently. Colin,
Well, Selvin,
our other colleagues who we are more familiar with.
Selvin is there. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he's listening. He most likely will message me. You know, said
A
that
great
he would
character.
have, he would have won the right to the football. You remember?
Oh, he
That
did?
is the case. Yes, he did.
I didn't know. Congratulations,
Yes,
my
yeah.
brother.
I'm going to share his number with you, Seth.
I need that. That would be good. I know Tony Harford, my good friend, had passed last year. It
What a
was sad to
pioneer.
hear.
Tony Alford. He really changed the landscape of sports.
Yes.
Especially club sports in the Caribbean.
the Caribbean.
In fact, the business concept of sports.
Right.
wide
It was
delivery.
not just what he did for West Indies cricket in terms of sponsorship, but sports across the board. You know, we spoke about 2 years, well, a year prior to his death. I didn't know death. Well, no one knows when death comes. But that one didn't have the contact for any family to express my sympathies, so I would use that. We'll get to Jamaica later, perhaps after lunch. But also Alvin Conneal, another one who was contributed.
Morris Foster, we're
tributed.
talking about Jamaica. He's
Well, we're not going Jamaica yet
we're not going. You haven't gone on Jamaica Road
because
yet.
the list will be long. But
Yeah.
Alvin Conneal, the man who has done remarkable job football and cricket-wise in Trinidad and Tobago, and also, you know, as a broadcaster. These are men, I'm not quite sure. And his son also came out as a notable coach for TNT. You also would go down that scroll and you start to see late gentlemen, guys who have passed on. But all of them would have made tremendous contribution to sport in Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean, and we just want to give that respect, because oftentimes the respect more or less go to those who are playing currently and those who would have done something yesterday. But what about those decades and centuries ago, and those who soldier on oftentimes without a lot of reward? All of them would have done something to ensure that these under 15 cricketers at the end of the day can stand on a platform where they can be promoted, where their talent can be recognized. Vernon Springer.
And I think it is also, we have a responsibility as broadcasters, not just to wait for when the lights are switched on, but to be able to make sure that we go to the valleys and the trenches of the Caribbean and identify the who is who potential players, so that we can give some kudos, as you rightly said. Here is a clip from the batsman, the right-hander, number 10, Giovanni Gray. He now brings the left-hander into strike. Jamaica 90 for 7, 90 for 7, and a lovely sunny day here. It's Easter Monday in the Eastern Caribbean. It's also Carifta 50 in the Bahamas.
And the 50 is a serious number.
It is a serious number. And that's another monument achievement for young track and field. We're talking about the biggest junior track and field event in the world.
Yes.
President Lord Sebastian Coe is in the Bahamas right there.
And even the 50th year of CARICOM, and Vernon, I missed it totally. I would be honest with you. I would be the first to admit.
There's so many things happening, Seth. Sometimes we wonder if we can keep up.
Right, but something like this, I think, could be amplified.
Yes.
But the young players, I'm
Well,
sure
I don't
they
think
would
that
be happy.
I don't think we felt that the 50th year of CARICOM as yet. Also, Central Bank celebrating 40 years.
That's good.
Eastern Caribbean Central Bank.
Yes.
So a lot of things happening for the institution. 75 years set for the University of the West Indies.
Yes.
And so
All happening, celebrating.
all happening in the Caribbean.
proud to be a West Indian because we may say it's the only sport in which we are all playing together. Still, after all those years.
Well, it's not even so much matter of being a West Indian set. Is what we've been able to come through despite of slavery. Now, just imagine if we had received all of those resources, where the Caribbean would have been. So with the resources that we have, and we're still producing, it's just amazing.
Oh, little Dean, he wants to be named when those long rolls are called years to come. Another wonderful delivery from him. It bounced a bit high, but it really had the batsmen in all sorts of trouble. Good to see these youngsters making their mark in the 50th year of CARICOM.
91 for 7. And we'll have more and more stars coming to set. What we really now need is systems, proper systems in place to be able to roll out. Set is making way for my colleague Terry Laraji, who always wants to give me a hard time.
Me, Vernon, never.
We're not betting today, Terry.
No, we're not betting. We're not betting ever again.
91 for 7. Look like we'll have an early day at the beach, Terry.
Could be. Trinidad and Tobago certainly applying the pressure to Jamaica.
So Mohammed will bowl to Littleton. Littleton is leaving that ball alone. In fact, it's Gray who is the left-hander. Littleton is the right-hander. Ryan Littleton. Giovanni Gray, the left-hander. (91 for 7). The spectators have gone quiet just for a little moment. Down the onside is a P for caught behind, but I think that is
Whoa!
giving him out.
It was well taken, but I think that was more hip than bat, though, Vernon.
Yeah, the umpire gave him out. He seemed a little surprised. Giovanni Gray, he maybe thought that came off of his thigh pad. Good catch by the keeper. In the end, he came up with a screamer. Ramanan. And another wicket goes down for Jamaica. They are 91 for 8. 91 for 8.
Yes, excellent catch, but I think the batsman there was a bit hard done by. But nevertheless, brilliant catch. He made a lot of ground, diving away to his right down the leg side, and that's the second good catch he's taken so far today behind the stumps.
Windward Islands are in trouble against Barbados, Terry. 87 for 6.
Wow.
Yeah, Windward Islands versus Barbados. They're 87 for 6. So
And they played so well the other day.
they did, but that game is not over by a long shot yet. We'll see what's happening. The defending champions, Barbados,
Struggling.
don't want to call it struggle.
But that game against Jamaica was one that got away, though, wasn't it? But they lost by, was it 15, 16 runs or so, but they had the game in the bag and then proceeded to lose 6 for 3.
His partnership here so far for the day for Jamaica has been Daly and Gordon. Opening partnership of 30. 1 for 30, 2 for 30, 3 for 48, 4 for 71. We break for a while. And 5 for 74. Good delivery there by Mohammed. 5 for 74, 6 for 80, 7 for 86, and now 8 for 91. Trinidad and Tobago in trouble, large and in control here. And I think for the first time, some 26 extras. They're both 22 wides for the day. The most so far for Trinidad and Tobago in this tournament. Driving through cover, beautiful shot by the young man. And he's straight away off the mark. Shim, Giovanni Shim. He gets 2 runs quite easily. Trinidad and Tobago, as settled earlier said, use now some 7 bowlers in the contest, but they've got such depth that they can afford to move around their unit. Now the bang on target, number 12 for Trinidad and Tobago. They're just ringing the changes there.
And what I've been impressed with Vernon is that the fielding has really backed up the bowling effort. But as you say, though, most extras that they conceded, and especially the wides, Jamaica have to be very grateful for that, because imagine what the score would be otherwise.
So at the end of that over, Trinidad and Tobago large and in control here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. We'll be looking to take one more trophy into their cabinet by the end of it. 93 for 8, and they will say to the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, we need more money because we're winning.
Well, exactly. I mean, yeah, but to dictate, won't they? But congratulations once again to Mr. Azim Bazarat for, as you said earlier, Vernon being recently elected as Vice President of Cricket West Indies.
Yeah. Driven down the ground, Yasidine coming across trying to cut that one off. Score in the meantime goes up to 94 for 6.
And it's a great effort when you think about it too, though, Vernon. They had a lot of trouble, as you know, with COVID, and it really disrupted their entire program. Exactly. So to come out here and dominate this under-15s championship is a brilliant effort.
108 for 8 against the Leeward Islands at Liberta. 28 overs bowled, so it looks like it could be an early day there. Also, Set might not get a chance to see the Leeward Islands. There's a pin for caught behind, not out, says umpire Bernard Joseph.
He'll have to go and see something and make him happy.
He needs to get out there.
Yeah, because
Terry and myself will hold on the fort.
yes, because we won't talk about the football, though. Is it? No?
Why are you
No,
troubling
no.
Seth?
No, I was just asking a question. That's
I
all.
don't know why you're going on that road.
I got time for that. I will come to the
Another season. Oh, that's the problem.
Remember, it's cricket season, and the
That's why they can't win a game.
And the players celebrate the Blackhawks as the defending cool and smooth champion.
Exactly.
And trust me, I think Seth and Terry, it's gonna be a keenly contested competition.
Should be
Hold
Roy
him.
Boldy more round out.
94 for 9. Dean is on a roll. He's cool, he's calm, his temperament. He just looks so organized.
Cool, calm, collected.
Yes, just getting the job done. Putting it there, wicket to wicket.
Very nicely bowled, just tossed it up, enticed the drive. He played all around the previous delivery and somehow missed the stumps. This one, no problem.
You mean the batsman missed it? So Fleming, Kevon Fleming comes out. So we need, in terms of what's happening, Kevon Fleming, the final batsman, set. We will send off here once we see Jamaica.
I know, but it's always a joy having him round, Vernon. What's he going to do in Liberta? He got nobody to talk to there.
You might be surprised. He's the mayor of Liberta. The mayor,
That's why he's got no one to talk to.
the mayor always has somebody to speak to.
On Wednesday, we have,
It's never good news.
on Wednesday we have to do some game hopping. Depends on the outcome.
Game hopping, terrific.
Well, I think if Trinidad wins here and the Leewards win, what I think will happen, but as Seth said, because the Leeward Island win with Trinidad and Tobago's got so many bowling points there, that could be considered a final between Leewards and Trinidad.
Trinidad,
Here.
right.
Yeah. No, this is the home of Cricket West Indies. You can't change the
Yes,
venue.
where you going to change it to? So we encourage one and all in Antigua. And
Come on out and support the Leeward Islands.
exactly. Boy, do we need some support. I'm not going to mention the final day of the regional 4-day. My
There's an extension of school opening. I will do some
advertising.
marketing.
Marketing.
CWI
Yeah, we
Definitely.
need something. There are a lot of Matthew Miller,
Definitely.
Thomas Francis, and those guys.
Oh,
Beautiful Yorker by Casaram. Wow.
he had to get down on that one.
But Terry and Seth, if we look here, right, we saw the opening bowlers. We saw, let's see what's here. Let's look at this Trinidad under 15 team. We saw Charles Beckles, Mohammed, and Casaram.
Whoa.
Jeez. Wow. I'm sure most of these will end up in the under 17.
That's right. It's
Well,
a pool of talent. A serious
yes.
pool of talent.
And as you were saying earlier, that this is the second tournament in the under 15s, so they would be looking to move up and on their performances. You suggest
94
there'd be
for 9.
nothing stopping them.
94 for 9 goes to 98.
That's probably shot
for
of the
9.
day.
Clipped away into the onside there. That's a big shot by the young man. Look at them. Real big job there. He just whipped that. Ryan Shane. He's got so many names. Junior Littleton from Jamaica. Say good day to the folks in Jamaica who are listening to the coverage. It's all happening here. So much cricket, so much sports happening throughout the entire Caribbean. It's the only thing that I think that will save our youth.
Oi.
Coming down on New Yorker, they're squeezed out into the leg side area. They're going to come back 100 up for Jamaica. And beautiful piece of delivery there. 100 up for Jamaica, 100 for 9. So they've, psychologically, you could say that they've reached the landmark.
They have, yeah, 3 figures. Will it be enough?
You never know.
You never know. Runs on the board or runs on the board.
Cricket is a funny old game. 100 for 9. Hasiram into the 6th over.
It's 3 times in the over.
In Ducker.
He's just got down in time.
Yeah, ball has been darting around. And one thing I can say to you is that the seamers for Trinidad and Tobago, there's a tinge of grass on this track here.
Yeah.
They serve Vivian Richards Stadium, and they've been able to land the ball in the right
Exploited.
areas.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe sort to remind them. Clipped it in the air, knocked down.
Oh,
with a shot.
hard luck.
Look at their ricocheted, and they'll get 2 runs quite easily. So, rear guard action for Jamaica, 102 for 9, 102 for 9. And when we look at the contest, you'll be asking yourself, what's next for this level? What's next for regional cricket? We've got the Headley Weeks coming up. And that in itself is going to be pretty exciting. Sorry scorecard here for Jamaica. Ryan Lickerton is on 13, so he's looking to go past Mackenzie, who also scored 13, and Daly scored 13. So let's see if you have the guts to be the top scorer for Jamaica. The man continues, Yasser Dean. He looks up to God Almighty and says, I want this wicket.
Why?
Drifter. Didn't know anything.
Right
about
through
that.
him.
Straight through.
Yasser Dean, I wonder if he modelled himself on Yasser Shah.
3 for 18. This is the start of his ninth over. 8-0, 18-3. He's looking to get 4. He wants 4. Before this game, he would have picked up close to 8 wickets from 18 overs, 3 maidens, 47 runs. He's on track here before he gets set to come in and comment. Down the onside. Can't get that. The keeper is already moving down the leg side. Bernard Davis is not interested.
He's very deceptive, Vernon, in his action, in his approach to the wicket. And he may not like the conventional off spinner, you realize, hanging the ball, but he's getting so much turn. You know, it's an interesting observation.
Certainly is. And he's
He's a
tall.
lot of bite from the wicket.
Yeah,
And he's not afraid to toss it up.
he's got good control. Good height.
Excellent.
102 for 9. And he's landing the ball in the right areas. That's what is going to be tricky. They play the Leeward Islands here on Wednesday.
Oi.
So he's still searching, he's still looking for that. Yassedin in his ninth over. He wants a maiden wicket. I want to see the celebration if he gets this wicket. 1 or 2 for 9. Jamaica. Number 47, it's not DJ Bravo, it's Yasir Dean, a new emerging star from Trinidad and Tobago. Look at him, he's making sure that he feels in his right position. Thinking about it. Maybe he can toss this one up. He does.
He does, hey.
Ooh. That's a beautiful layer.
Excellent over.
Over from this young man, Yasir Dean. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 18 runs, 3 wickets. Before this game, he's leading wicket taker and he continues to get wickets. 102 for 9.
Yes, and you can now see why he's the leading wicket taker overall in the championship. Excellent over that last one. And the batsman beaten all ends up with just about 5 out of the 6 deliveries he bowled.
102 for 9. Let's see what's going to be happening. The changes are being wrong here. Is this
more
Budu?
spin, it looks like.
Budu is going to come back into the attack. Trinidad playing to a plan. 102 for 9. They're on a mission. And they want to wrap this up very quickly. Seth is out of here. Thank you very much, Seth.
Thank you, Seth.
God bless
Well
you.
done.
102 for 9. Budu.
Nice action.
Beautiful action. You can go ahead, Terry.
No, excellent action, and once again he looks like he's got very good control. Getting a bit of bounce too, though.
Yeah, certainly has. Mixing it up.
And once again, spins past the outside edge.
Two for 9. One of the big jets just pulled away from the back of us here at the VC Bird International Airport on a lovely holiday. Last night, Terry, I had the opportunity to journey up to the JSC Sports Complex for the finals.
Clipped it straight to him, and good catch.
All over. The captain Budu. He gets the job done. Jamaica bowled out. The horns come booing around. They're clattering around. Trinidad and Tobago. They're large and in control here. At the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. They've done their job. Nice work.
They've done their job, and they've done their job very well. Well, and a very good professional approach. They're well on top of Jamaica. Opening partnership with 30, but Jamaica never got any impetus into their innings. And they were pegged down by some very good seam bowling up front. And then the spinners, especially Yasser Din, the leading wicket taker, coming in and picking up 3 more wickets today. So a very good job done here by Trinidad and Tobago, and they be feeling very confident at the halfway stage that they could chase down these runs and make it 4 from 4, Vernon.
All right, so you heard it there, and we just give you a summary in terms of what's happening, give you an idea. Jamaica would have lost wickets at regular intervals. Regular intervals. Get Mr. Budu to sit down and maybe just have a little chat as we give a little recap in terms of what is going to be happening. So we just go through the scorecard very quickly. In the end, Jamaica being dismissed. Good morning, Mr. Budu. How are you?
Morning, sir. Morning.
How is
Fine,
everything?
thank you.
How are
Fine,
you
thank
enjoying Antigua and Barbuda?
Very nice, very nice.
First time to Antigua?
Yes, sir.
So how many other parents are here along with you?
Well, basically around 14 parents.
14 parents.
Yeah.
All right. So give me a little idea about your son, a little background on your son.
Well, Brendan has been playing cricket since age 9. I think we have the zonal cricket in Trinidad and Tobago there. From age 9, he started playing under 13 and 15. Right? Right before the COVID, when he was 11 years, he had made the national under 15 team. But due to the COVID, they had cancelled the tournament, as you may know. And well, last year he was on the team here, and this year again. So he loved the game. He loved the game apart from other things. He really, really loved the game.
You played a little bit?
Yes, I was. In fact, Brendan grew up around cricket and thing because we used to play. We had a club and thing, and I exposed him to the game at a very young age, at age 10 and thing, but we used to hide him, like, behind square and thing. But he used to play among big men and thing around age 10 and thing. So
Right.
hence the reason he so brave.
All right. So you, in terms of the area, which area are you from in Trinidad?
More central south.
Central South. So what's your plan for this young man, for your son?
Well, since he liked the game and I tried to give him as much opportunity as possible, hence the reason why we're here today. And he in academy there, so I just keep training him, send him there three times a the weekend.
Who's his coach?
Well, KRCA is Kumarampat Cricket Academy. Yeah,
Okay.
Trinidad, yeah.
Okay, man, it's really, really indeed a pleasure. And you're wondering what's happening. We're speaking to Brendan Budu's father. 4.5 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, 2 wickets. Sian Charles, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 9 runs, 1 wicket. Zekalan Beckers, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 15 runs, no wickets. Alejandro Cazaram, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs, 3 wickets. Yasser Dean, I like the look of him, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 18 runs, 3 wickets. And Aaron Mohammed, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs, 1 wicket. Jamaica bowler for 102 in 34.5 overs. Young Ryan Littleton top scoring with 15. The Mackenzie getting 13, Daly 13. You heard it there from, and I think when they go back to Trinidad and Tobago, there's a series with the Windward Islands. I think I saw that.
Windward?
I think, yeah,
I
Windward's,
ain't
yeah,
sure.
I think Windward's going to be
Okay,
joining down there
okay.
for a couple of games. So
Okay.
more
that'll be
cricket
fine.
and more cricket
Yeah. Well, right now, it have a cricket festival there. That'll be under 19 and under 16 playing right now.
in
Yeah.
Trinidad.
Yeah.
Wow.
And still it have school cricket, the under 16 to finish up in there too.
Okay.
Because
So
Brendan, them, I think they won the premiership tournament.
they won the premiership.
Yeah.
All right. So the investment and this is a entire family investment here.
Yeah, well, to be honest, when I was small, I didn't get the opportunities. I want to give Brendan the much opportunity as possible.
Hey,
Yeah.
Mr. Budu, I want to thank you very much for gracing our presence here this
Yeah.
morning, and it was indeed a pleasure. We want to salute all of the parents
Yeah.
who've come to Antigua and Barbuda for this Cricket West Indies Rising Stars
Very good
in the
support.
15th
Very good
championship.
support to the
Well, I
parents.
can hear you guys.
Yeah.
I would have loved to be a fly on the wall with Barbados and Jamaica.
Yeah.
But
basically, if
with Barbados and Trinidad, because Barbados got a lot of support parents too, and Trinidad. That
yeah.
must have been a,
Well, the last game, it was tremendous.
tense.
Yeah, it was tense. It was tense. And coming down to the end, it was really, really tense.
Wow.
I guess the game Wednesday will be a very good game because I think Windward
played
Islands,
Leeward Islands.
Leeward Islands, second
Yes,
right
so
now. So that will be like a final.
Almost like a
Whoever
final.
win, they will be
Hey,
champs.
God bless you, man. And
Okay,
you have a good
thanks.
day. It was indeed
Yeah.
a pleasure speaking to
Right,
you.
thanks. Take care, man.
There we heard it from Mr. Budu's father. We'll take like a break here, and when we come back, Jamaica, who already been dismissed for around 102. Trinidad and Tobago will need 103 to win, and they will be going. Once they can win that, they'll be 4-0. They are the league leaders of the Cricket West Indies Under 15 Championship. Look out! It's gonna be fireworks. We'll take a break here, and we'll come back. Go ahead, Terry.
All right, welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground for West Indies Rising Stars Under-15 Championship as Williams bowls the first ball of the Trinidad and Tobago innings. And they get a single down towards the fine leg position. So Trinidad and Tobago underway. If you're just joining us, Jamaica won the toss and chose to bat, but they were bundled out for 102. 102 all out of 34.4 overs. Top scores were Damien Daly, Nikolai McKenzie with 13, and Ryan Littleton with 15. But they're undone by some top bowling by Trinidad and Tobago, as Williams is in again from the commentary box end. Well, it's played towards mid-wicket. They think about a single and direct hit would have had the non-striker in trouble, but he survives. Hesitancy there in running between the wickets. The score remains on 1 without loss as Trinidad chase 103 for victory. Williams in again, and this ball outside the off stump, and the batsman moving into the shot. No foot movement, just flayed at it. Luckily for him, he didn't get an edge. Just trying to get the opening batsman for Trinidad and Tobago. As Williams runs in again. Another full pitch delivery dug out. They take off for the single this time and get it quite comfortably as it just trickled out onto the offside. To take the score up to 2 without loss. Bowling figures for Trinidad and Tobago. Most impressive was the leading bowler for the tournament so far in Yasir Dean, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 18. And then Boodoo, 4.5 overs, 2 for 20 as we break, as Williams is in again. And this one swung around. Batu Singh.
Left-hander.
Down to fine leg for a single. Score moves on to 3 without loss. So we've got Batu Singh and Ramjatan. It'll be Dimitri Ramjatan on strike now to Williams. Williams bowling with a slip. And that one again, nothing shot outside the off stump there. Goes through to the keeper to complete the first over. So Trinidad and Tobago, after the first over, are 3 without loss. And that's in reply, chasing 103 for victory after bowling Jamaica out for 102. Just finish off the bowling figures for you for Trinidad and Tobago. 2 for 20 of 4.5 overs for Brendan Boodoo, and 3 for 20 from Alejandro Casaram. 3 for 20 of 6 overs with 1 maiden. So it was a good effort in the field by Trinidad. They looked to hunt down this 103 victory target.
And at the Survivor Stadium, Terry, Windward Islands versus Barbados. Windward Islands are 101 for 9 in over number 35.
That one is nearly chopped, a full delivery, nearly chopped back onto the stumps there by Batu Singh. He gets away with it, trickles down to fine leg for a single. He moves on to 3. The score is up to 4 without loss. Littleton is the bowler.
Yes.
He's coming in from the northern end here at Coolidge. Beautiful day here for cricket.
Over at Liberta, Terry. Ghana 138 for 8, 138 for 8.
Thanks to Vernon for bringing us up to date with the other matches in this Rising Stars. Whoa, and that's a full delivery. I had a slip there. It's called a no ball for height over the waist. So it'll be a free hit for Jatan. Free hit coming up, and Jamaica can ill afford to be giving away free hits. There's only 100 on the board. So Jatan settles, waits for Littleton with a free hit, and he gets away with it full outside the off stump. He went for the cover drive, did not make contact through to the keeper, so no harm done off the free hit. Score remains on 5 without loss in over number 2. Littleton in again to Jatan, and that's stroked nicely through the cover region. Pick up 1. Score goes up to 6 without loss. Field just swapping over for the left-handed Batu Singh. 1 slip, and third man inside the circle. Littleton is into him now, and that's on the pads, clipped towards the mid-wicket, but there's no run. So Trinidad and Tobago feeling very confident in themselves. 3 out of 3 wins for them so far out of 3 matches. And chasing this low total here at Coolidge today to make it 4. It's driven up to mid-off, but can't beat the fielder. Batu Singh just a bit disappointed with himself there. He didn't get the timing right. Jamaica looking for early wickets. You need wickets. They won't be able to contain these Trinidadian batsmen. It's a wide ball there by Littleton, well taken by the keeper. Signal wide, very wide down the leg side. Score moves up to 7 without loss. We're in over number 3. Yes, they'll be looking for early wickets and put some pressure back on the Trinidad and Tobago batsman, as Littleton is in again to Batu Singh, and again wide down the leg side, rolled through to the keeper who missed it. So they'll pick up 2 extra runs there to take the score up to 9 without loss. So a quiet start here for Trinidad and Tobago, but of course no hurry for them, only chasing 103 for victory, as Littleton in again to Jatan, who's right in behind that, knocks it up to the bowler. No run to complete the over, so after 3 overs, Trinidad and Tobago chasing 103 for victory and 9 without loss.
So 9 without loss. Hadja Nelson, the original. 9 without loss. The Trinidad and Tobago looking to make a solid start here. Jamaica with their original wicket-keeper in Padja Nelson, who's out injured today, and so Odile Binns will have to come up with the honors. Starting with a slip, short third man, cover, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket, square leg. Down the onside to the fine leg. Just for a moment, the bowler thought about appealing, but umpire Bernard Joseph, big, tall umpire, powerful guy. He goes from right to left to signal leg by. I think he was trying to get his balance there.
Yeah, down the leg side there, so no opportunity for an LBW. Need wickets to Jamaica. They need something to happen for them. It's been all Trinidad and Tobago so far. Williams into Ramjatan, and that ball is punched towards short extra cover, who does the fielding, and there's no run. 10 without loss, Trinidad and Tobago in over number 4.
Jamaica played that nicely off of the back foot. Good balance, back and across, and that's what you want to see from a young player, especially with the opening batsman. You know, you always let the bowlers come to you. Play the ball from as late as possible, right under your eyes.
He flays it. That one rising outside the off stump through to the keeper. No run. Yes, you want to see good footwork by these youngsters. Was lacking a bit in the Jamaica innings. Big, tall, strong, fast bowler in Williams, looking for breakthrough here. And that's hit firmly towards the sweeper on the point boundary for another comfortable single to Ramjatan. Takes him up to 3. The score is 11 without loss. Brings the left-hander Batu Singh back on strike. Williams just operating with the one slip. Short third man who's inside the 30-yard circle as Williams is in again to Batu Singh, and that's clipped nicely towards mid-wicket. No run. Got a deep backward point, 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and a fine leg as Williams turns again and runs away from us now into Batu Singh. And this delivery traps him high. There was half-hearted appeal there, but not very convincing. Anything get pitched outside leg. And not out, says the umpire, to complete the over. So at the end of over number 4, Trinidad and Tobago chasing 103 for victory are 11 without loss.
11 without loss. Motoring on quietly here. Both opening batsmen, just more or less as we would say, just having a look in the context. Guyana 153 for 8 against the Leeward Islands, so they're low order holding up the Leeward Islands prospect.
Littleton in again to Batu Singh, goes for a big driver. Full ball just outside the off stump. Doesn't make contact through to the keeper, no run. Yes, the Leeward Islands would be looking for another victory after winning on Saturday. And that one has tried to clip it off his legs. Half-hearted appeal there by the bowler in Littleton, but it's definitely going down leg side.
Terry, looking at the the first slip in Tyson Gordon Jr. Again, very wide, almost at second slip, a gap between himself and the wicketkeeper. If you're at first slip, you've got to be at first slip.
Littleton, and this is driven straight to point, no run. Yes, I agree, Vanna, but we saw it in Jamaica's innings too, that the Trinidad and Tobago slip cordon was staggered. I don't like to see it personally.
It happens on the world stage, Terry.
Exactly, yeah. Littleton in again to Ramjatan. Keeper does well, ball kept very low.
And for a team that has, I would have thought that this service would have got a lot better here today, Terry. The bounce has just been too paced there. It's got a tinge of grass on it, but every now and again, consistently, then this is, This is the fourth over. The ball is keeping low.
Littleton, and again, another full delivery. Hit firmly, but straight to short extra cover. And there's no run. Yes, the bounce, some of them have been lifting just outside off stump, but a lot of deliveries we've seen have kept low. The batsmen need to be mindful of that. It's Littleton in again to Ramjatan, and that's stroked up to mid-on, and no run. Trinidad and Tobago just taking their time. They know there's no rush. Got plenty of time, plenty of overs to make these 103 runs. Jamaica, on the other hand, will be looking for early breakthroughs.
A little slingy action there from Littleton. Almost sort of remind me of a hungry Walsh. Doesn't have the same sort of pace. Maiden over there. Just putting a scoring break on the Trinidad and Tobago opening batsmen. And they'll be just looking for a spark here, the Jamaica under 15. They need something spectacular to happen.
They do. They need something to get them into this contest. So full delivery turned into the onside by Batu Singh. There's no run. A couple of quick wickets. Change the complexion of the game at the moment. Trinidad and Tobago holding firm.
Batu Singh. Tall, elegant player. And we just want to see Williams bowling maybe just a little wider. So I want to see him to see how well he can be able to drive the ball. If I was the Jamaica captain, I would put a short extra cover right there in front of Batu Singh's face and get Williams to maybe just bowl the ball fuller and wider, because he's an upright player. Looks like an elegant player.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't got a bit more of an attacking field. They need wickets. Only wickets will be able to get Jamaica home. As Williams in again, and that one's tried to be pulled. It kept a little low, and he's given him. Played right across that. The ball wasn't there to be pulled. He should have been coming forward to that one. Williams strikes. That's what Jamaica need. Batu Singh goes with the score on 11 for 1.
Now, Terry, here was a delivery by Williams, banged in. And Batu Singh got into position to pull the ball, and it almost went just below his knee roll. It really didn't bounce. Got into position, hit him between wicket and wicket. By Bernard Joseph. Just did the right thing. Signaled very, very early that he was given out in a very big way. So, straight away. Again, there's something else which I'm seeing that have been observed, Terry. It has been very, very, very hot out there. I think sometimes talking about some leniency for those young guys to be able to get some fluid into their system. You know what I mean? These are under 15 boys.
Yes, very true. Keep their hydration up on a day like today. We have a new batsman on out in the middle, Brendan Boodoo.
Yeah, the captain.
Is it? Yeah.
Has come out, right-hander. Had a lovely conversation with his dad. Let's see. First time I'm seeing him bat.
Oh, and he's edged it first delivery, rise and ball, good sharp catch. No, he's put it down. Well.
Wow.
That's exactly what Jamaica needed. They should have had 2 in 2, but he's put it down.
That's a costly miss. You got to take those. That was a comfortable catch. You have to take that, Terry. Good lifter. The ball landed in the right area, and that's what I was talking about in terms of the pitch. This pitch is 2 pace, more or less. A chance for Boodoo.
Williams in again, and that one, frustration, I think, delivered down a leg side and a comfortable 2. So it's pulled down back with a square. So the score moves on to 13 for 1. But a huge chance there. Went a-begging. He had it all away.
Tyson Gordon, you have to catch those at this level. Comfortably watch the ball right into your gloves and say goodbye. Thank you very much.
Williams in again, and that's well defended. Into the offside by Aburu to complete the over. So after 5 overs, Trinidad and Tobago chasing 103 for victory, are 13 for 1.
And I was talking to you, Terry, about positioning and where you are so you can be able to see the ball. When you're in those areas, what are you looking for? You know, those are critical. Tyson Gordon is still worrying about the drop chance.
Yes, you can see by his body language as Littleton continues, and it's stroke straight back to the ball by Ramjatan. No run.
See, when you're in a cricket field, you can't go. You know, you gotta check yourself all the time. Look and make sure that you're in the right position. You gotta be relaxed as much as possible.
Littleton in again, and that's stroked nicely backward of points for a single. Take the score up to 14 for 2. We're in over number 6. Yes, and I was just thinking that the positioning, as we were saying, with these slips fielders, he was wide enough, but he still sort of, even though the ball was coming straight to him, the chance was coming straight to him, he still sort of hesitated a bit because the keeper did initially go and then pulled his glove back. But at the same time, chance like that should have been taken. Struck nicely, but can't beat the field by Abudu. And that is exactly what the doctor would have ordered for, as far as Jamaica concerned. To pick up 2 in 2. They need wickets in clusters if they want to get away with this match. Again, stroke firmly. Straight to mid-off. There's no run. Score remains on 14 for 2.
Breeze blowing very strong here, Terry, from east to west. We see fluttering in the distance in the CIU area end. Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, and host Antigua and Barbuda's flag on this holiday weekend in the Caribbean.
Down on one knee, trying to swipe that into the leg side,
because
but
the keeper was already moving
halfway
into
down.
that position. And small scores give you trouble, Terry. It's not the big scores.
Very true.
In fact, any score, it really doesn't matter. Once you bat first and you score, you're talking about scoreboard pressure.
Again, that's hit firmly. Half a stop there by the short extra cover fieldsman. They pick up one more.
DeMarco Scott putting his body on the line there. Another over completed, Terry.
Yes, so we've had 6 overs. Trinidad and Tobago 15 for 1, chasing 103 for victory.
So it's almost like a roller coaster here. Trinidad, Jamaica could have picked up that second wicket there. Williams would have been able to send the captain back, who's been one of the most informed batsmen. When you look in terms of the lineup, before this game he would have been the leading scorer with 131 runs. And sometimes you're due for a failure. And maybe today is just not his day.
It'd be interesting to see if he makes it count. His chance as Williams comes into him now, and that's clipped backward of square, rolling out towards the boundary. They take 2, just picked up inside the boundary, and that's good running. No, they've run 3. They're even interested in a 4th there for a minute. Well, so good running by both Budu and Ramjatan. That takes the score up to 18 for 1.
And you're talking about communication with both batsmen, Ramjatan and Budu. You never know. Maybe they have batted together regularly in the past.
Nicely behind that one, defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. Yes, and there's something else that Jamaica struggled with, the communication, the running between the wickets. This didn't happen for them today. Got themselves into a bit of a hole, and the pressure applied by Trinidad were able to bowl them out in under 35 overs. Williams, and that's a lazy shot there by Budu, just trying to cut a ball that was just outside the off stump. Jamaica need wickets. I'm not quite sure if I'd have that fielder all the way out there sweeping on the point boundary. Bring them all in. Williams into Budu. He's down on one knee trying to stroke that through the cover region. Takes the inner portion of the bat. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. So 18 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago. We're in over number 7. Of course, they're chasing 103 is the target for victory. Williams turns, runs away from us now. Big strapping young lad. Comes into Budu, and Budu drives that. Can't beat short extra cover. So Williams bowling well. He's the one that picked up the wicket and should have had 2. His next delivery. There's Williams into Budu. And this one keeps a little low again. Keeper right in behind it though to complete the over. So Williams has now bowled 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 9. And the score, Trinidad and Tobago chasing 103 for victory after 7 overs, 18 for 1.
So 18 for 1. Pretty quiet period of play here. Jamaica searching for wickets. There's a little break here.
Yes, I think he's just adjusting his gears. But you can tell, though, just by looking at the Jamaicans out on the field, that they're rather flat, especially after that chance went down before Trinidad and Tobago captain Budu got off the mark. Wickets is the order of the day when you only put 102 on the board. 50 over contest, of course. So Trinidad and Tobago know that they've got all the time in the world, no pressure on them at the moment, as long as they keep wickets in hand. As Littleton into Budu, who strikes that short mid wicket, who makes a half stop. They pick up a single to take the score up to 19 for 1 in the 8th over. Ramjatan back on strike to Littleton, and that's punched into the cover region. But, can't beat the field. There's no run. Littleton is into his 4th over. No wicket for 9 at the moment.
Very consistent, Terry, in terms of landing the ball in the right areas. Keeping it as simple as possible.
And again, he's right up to the bat. Stroked firmly up to mid-off. There's no run. Yes, he's giving himself every opportunity to pick up a wicket. And of course, it's wickets what Jamaica need.
We're talking about wickets. Guyana have just been bowled out for 154 of 36.5 overs. Ghana bowled out for 154. Leeward would need 155 to win. That's at Liberta, at the Survivorited Stadium with that single. Terry will give you I'll give you the update, Terry. Windward Islands 112 all out, or 40.1 overs. So not a good day for the Windward Islands at all. Bayer picking up 4 for 18 and Warwell 3 for 18 for Barbados. So that'll be a good contest. Wide bowled here by Littleton.
Yes, he just went for a bit more effort there, did Littleton, but lost his direction. Wide down the leg side. Takes the score on to 20 for 1. We're in over number 8 here. Jutton is on 5. Boodoo is on strike. He's on 7. Littleton in again to Boodoo, and Boodoo winds up and strokes that firmly, but straight to short extra cover. Gets Scott there, who does the fielding, and there's no run. So Leeward Islands chasing 155, is it, for victory?
Yeah, they got 50 overs. So you're talking about 300 balls to get 155 singles. Meantime, Trinidad and Tobago, they're just quietly going about their execution of this small total here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Yes, exactly. They're under no pressure at this point in time. So they're just content keep the scoreboard ticking over with singles at the moment. The odd 2. 82 more required for victory, as Williams looks to start a new over. Ball into Ram Jutton, and this ball lifting outside the off stump, flashed at it.
Good pace, good pace. I like the look of this youngster.
Definitely.
His strike pattern is consistent, and he's hitting the deck. He's putting the ball in the right areas. Just a little bit concerned, Terry, about the tinge of grass, especially for these under 15 cricketers here. Sort of too pace, so the wicket really not playing as you would really like. Some bounce, some keep low, a bit of inconsistency.
And that one's edged again,
Dropped
and again
again.
he's dropped him.
Can't be. Why is he grabbing at the ball? He just has to allow the ball to come to him. Tyler Gordon. A second catch dropped, and a very, 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 very loose shot by the Trinidad and Tobago captain, Terry.
Yeah, well, I think at this time it was Ram Jutton, so now they're both being dropped.
Wow.
And both simple chances there at first slip. Williams
still going
tries
about his
again.
business.
Yeah. He's hesitant outside the off stump now, but boy, they are costly misses, especially considering Jamaica bowled out for 102. Williams has put everything into this spell. It's been a fine spell of bowling. Picked up 1, he should add 3.
Wow. Have to catch those. They practice every day.
Williams in again, and this one steered nicely backward a point for a comfortable single for Jutton. He moves on to 6. The score 22 for 1 in over number 9. Yes, you have to be catching those, most definitely. That's 2 that have come straight to him. And as you say, Vernon both times allowing the ball to come into his grasp. He's snatching at it or grabbing at it and grasp the both of them. But Williams has been impressive, as you were saying, and he looks like a fast bowler. He's got the build for a fast bowler.
He's coming from the land of sprinting, and he looks a natural athlete. I won't be surprised if he's not a track and field athlete. Just love to bring O'Shane Thomas to see this young man in his stride pattern, how he's bowling.
True. Once hit up to mid-off, then go through for a quick single. Well run again. Takes the score up to 23 for 1 at the completion of Williams' fifth over. And again, unlucky. Should have had the wicket of Ram Jatan that time. So he's had both batsmen dropped. He's the only one that's picked up the wicket. And that was when he had Darius Batu Singh LBW for 3. Ram Budu captain is on 8. Ram Jatan is on 6. 23 for 1 after 9 overs. Trinidad and Tobago chasing 103 for victory. They need a further 80 runs. That's some 41 overs to make those runs. As Littleton starts a new over, and that's clipped nicely through the mid-wicket region. That'll go to the boundary burn, and that's 4. Good shot there by Budu. Good confident shot. Takes the score up to 27, and Budu on to 12.
Coming into this round of matches, he was the leading run scorer so far in the regional competition with 131 runs. After being dropped or not, he'd want to cash in and cash in early.
Definitely get himself a nice little knot out here. He'd be very happy. Oh, a very, very wide delivery there by Littleton. One more to the total, 28 for 1. Been impressed apart from the hot conditions here. Both captains of both sides haven't been afraid to use their fast bowlers, their opening bowlers in 5 or 6 over spells. Again, wide outside the off stump. And shot along the ground, another ground eater through to the keeper. This time not called wide by the umpire. The score remains on 28 for 1. But they're showing good stamina, keeping their pace up. As Littleton runs towards us from the northern end into Budu, who's caressing that through backward point region down to the third man who does the fielding. They pick up another single. Budu goes to 13. The score 29 for 1. We're in over number 10. Jamaica with those 2 drop catches. You can see the body language. The heads are down. It's not their day today as Littleton into Ram Jatan, and that one is flayed towards point. Bottom hand coming off the bat there. Can't beat the fieldsman. There's no run. They had their opportunities. They needed wickets in clusters. They should have had 3 by now, but not to be. Better delivery there by Littleton. Well watched though by Ram Jatan. Lets it go through to the keeper, and there's no run. But, you can see Jamaicans are very quiet in the field, heads bowed. As Trinidad and Tobago go about their business. And that one stroked beautifully through the cover region. That will test the hamstrings of the fielders. Reaches just inside the rope, and they complete 2. But a fine looking shot there by Ram Jatan to complete the over. So after 10 overs, the first power play done and dusted. Chasing 103 for victory. Trinidad and Tobago move on to 31 for 1. With Ram Jatan on 8 and Budu is on 13. So around about the same stage after 10 overs. Jamaica were 30 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago 31 for 1. But then of course Jamaica went on to only post 102, bowled out for 102 off 34.4 overs. So going at 3 runs and over at Trinidad and Tobago with 9 wickets in hand and only requiring 72 more to win. They're most certainly large and in charge in the driver's seat, Vernon.
Yeah, and changes being rung here now.
Yeah.
We see the new bowler coming into the conversation.
Looks like we're going to see
Kevon Fleming.
Fleming.
Yes, number
Okay.
97.
Spin bowler replacing Joe Williams, who bowled exceptional spell of bowling, really. Should have had 3 wickets. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 11 of his opening spell. Fleming now will be bowling to Boodoo. And that one's tossed very high. Slapped down to mid-on for a single. See what the umpire says. No, drop below the waist. So no harm done, but he certainly gave that a bit of air. Let's get those fingers loose and warmed up. He's into Ramjatan this time, and that one dragged down the leg side, wide, called by the umpire. Score moves up to 32 for 1, winning over number 11. Just trying to find his rhythm here as the young spinner in Fleming. That one's stroked nicely into the mid-wicket region for another comfortable single. So Trinidad and Tobago certainly doing it on the bit at the moment. Under no pressure whatsoever. Interesting is the Jamaican bowlers, both Fleming and the opening bowler, the fast bowler, Williams, they got a bit of a hop into their delivery strides. And it looks like it gives them nice rhythm. That one's looped nicely and come off the outer portion of the bat. There's no slip involved, so it runs down towards the third man boundary. Another 2 to Boodoo. He moves on to 16, and the score 34 for 1, 36 for 1 in over number 11. Desperate for wickets here are Jamaica as Fleming in again. Another good loop on that. He's found his rhythm. Line is a lot better. The first 2 looseners that he bowled. He hasn't got much to work with. It's a basic ring field, and that's slapped very, very nicely. Lifted up, hoiked over. Backward square leg for 4 runs. Good intelligent cricket there by Boodoo. The score moves on to 40 for 1. Boodoo moves on to 20. A nice shot that though. He just waited for the turn into him from the off-break bowler. And just comfortably lifted it over the short backward square leg, who's inside the 30-yard circle as Fleming is into Boodoo again and again wide down the leg side. And signalled wide by the umpire. Score moves on to 41 for 1. In over number 11 here, Coolidge, home of Cricket West Indies, of course. Can't wait for the renovations, Vernon. Should be spectacular once it's done. They go through for a quick single as that's slashed to mid-off, and they make it very comfortably to complete the over. So at the end of 11 overs, Trinidad and Tobago in pursuit of 103 for victory, of 42 for 1. Brendan Boodoo is on 21, and Dimitri Ramjatan is on 9.
Well, the costly misses by the Jamaicans have sort of put them in a bind And so the opening burst from Williams, really could have put some pressure back on Trinidad and Tobago, but that is not to be. And because of that, now they've got to be playing catch up, as you would say. But in cricket, one comes one comes two, comes three, as DeMarco Scott will start from the CIO end as he comes into the conversation. But very good opening burst from Lickerton, Ryan Lickerton, and the man himself, Williams, Joel Williams, pretty unlucky. Could have maybe had 3, 4, 5. You just never know.
Yes, most definitely. I was impressed with Williams, and even Littleton didn't bowl too badly. His opening spell, 5 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 19, as that one is pulled out to deep mid-wicket for a comfortable single. So one more to Boodoo. He moves on to 22. The score 43 for 1. 42 for 1. No, it is 43. It's just changed over now. 43 for 1. Scott in again, and that one half a shout, but it's turning down the leg side.
This morning, Scott sort of has a mannerism of former Jamaican captain Tamar Lambert.
Bit of bounce there.
He also did bowl some off spin this time. So good afternoon to Nehemiah Perry. Almost all of my colleagues in Jamaica.
It's turned nicely. Quick single. Williams is there. Shies at the stumps, but
was caught on his heel.
Misses.
Caught napping. Needed to be attacking the ball and stay low to the ground and underarm the ball. He was trying to come up. By that time, that's like about a couple of seconds off, and the batsman gets a chance in.
Makes the difference, exactly. Boodoo very watchful.
So far by Scott. He looks very organized. He's getting the ball to rip.
Yeah, and he's got a bit of bounce too. That one's played straight back to the bowler, so a good opening over there by Scott. Trinidad and Tobago go on their merry way, 44 for 1 after 12 overs, with Ramjatan on 10 and Boodoo on 22.
Just coming out from Coach Phillips' service to the Jamaican captain. Just to let you know that the Cool and Smooth is coming up on Thursday. Starts at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium with a double header. Exciting action. And just to let you know, the opening game.
Fleming gives that one quite a bit of air, but stroked nicely through the cover region by Ramjatan. Picks up a single, takes the score up to 45 for 1. Ramjatan moves on to 11. Yes, very exciting tournament in its 10th year this year, Vernon.
32 matches, Terry. 8 big clubs. Opening night. PIC Liberta Blackhawks taking on Empire Nation. That is one for the money. And Bethesda Golden Eagles against Boland Blasters at 8:30 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. So cricket action continues here in Antigua and Barbuda with the Cool and Smooth T20 tournament, the 10th edition. And trust me, a number of players from as far as Australia, England.
Nice shot there by Ramjatan. They're doing it on the bit here, Vernon. The Trinidad and Tobago boys. Knocking them off in ones and twos. Score goes up to 47 for 1.
We also have players coming from Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Jamaica, St. Kitts and Nevis. It's going to be an exciting time. Anguilla.
Yeah, it's becoming a getting a real international flavor to it. Antigua, if not the entire region's premier white ball tournament. and cool and smooth. Amir and the boys very well with sponsoring it
Well,
again.
it should be supported fully, Terry, because what automatically happens is that it gives players from around the leewards and the windwards an opportunity, because we have two franchises around here. You have St. Lucia and you have St. Kitts and Nevis. But what is the avenue provided for these youngsters to get into the respective franchises?
Very true. And there's a big opportunity. Ooh. Missed field there by the bowler and Williams at mid-off. Allows for two more.
I think Jamaica falling
Jamaica
apart
just about gone. Yes, as the 50 is raised by Trinidad and Tobago. So they're 50 for 1 at the end of over number 13. Means they require just another 53 for victory.
The thing about it is that when you bat that poorly,
Mm-hmm.
and you come out into the field and you'd feel for a young guy like Williams. Those are regulation catches. You have to take those. Had those catches been taken, it could have been a different ball game here for the Jamaica under 15 team.
Most definitely, as Scott starts a new over, and that one's hit into the offside by Ram Jatan and no run. But exactly right, though, Vernon. And when you do bat that poorly, you need to take the catch. You need everything to go right in the field. And unfortunately, it just didn't happen for Jamaica today. Bit of bounce again there for Scott.
And they've found themselves in a tournament here where they've just collapsed consistently, just by some really weak dismissals and some poor shot selection. Trinidad trying to execute nicely. They would want to rump home with this, 9-wicket haul and really make a dominant statement going into the final round on Wednesday.
Yes, indeed it would. Scott into Ramjatan. This one's given some air and driven firmly up to long on for another single. 52 for 1. Ramjatan moves on to 14. Brings Captain Boodoo back on strike as Scott into him now. Another loop, and that's hit high in the air. Mid-off running back, but it drops 3/4 the way to the boundary, and they complete 2. A safe enough shot. It was in the air for a long time, but he cleared the infield.
Just thought that he could have used his feet. He sort of just waited on it. He was so slow. He could have used his feet nicely, Terry,
And really hit
slide
that.
out over cover.
Yeah.
Because he was so slow, he had to almost like scoop onto it to try and scoop it up and get it over the infield.
Scott completes the over, so we've had 14 overs. And at the end of the 14th over, Trinidad and Tobago chasing 103 for victory, 54 for 1, with Ramjatan on 14 and Boodoo on 28, so they require just 49 more, Vernon.
Yeah, bowling chasing again. So this will be the 5th bowler for Jamaica. Umpire Bernard Joseph just having a look to see what's going to be happening. We see the number 10, Terry.
Number 10, yeah.
Looks like it will be Gray. Giovanni Gray. So Gray coming into the conversation here. Let's see if he can bring some Gray wickets to Jamaica. They need
Or
them.
turn Trinidad's day grey.
You just never know. That's why I was talking about bring some Gray wickets. Starts with lucky to get.
Very
over
lucky
that
to
one.
get, yeah.
But that's okay. I think Bernard maybe came off the pad too or so. We're not that close.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the 60 club, right? So
Okay, well, exactly.
have to take into
We're not
consideration.
close enough whatsoever. That's going down leg.
Positive messages coming out from the parents here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, and as we were saying earlier, Vernon, that must really give the team a lift when you got support as good as that they have here at Coolidge. rather tall for a spinner, Giovanni Gray.
Thought for a moment I was looking at Jamie Merchant.
You notice how they all do that hop skip thing? I believe it's a rhythm thing. Well, you're the coach, you would know. It's a rhythm thing. Get some going or something.
Almost like
Like a triple jumper.
He's thinking about he's gonna get his action going for long jump or triple jump.
That's turned nicely by Ram Jatin into the mid-wicket region. Another comfortable single. He moves on to 15. The score up to 55 for 1.
He's got long levers, and so it's not bad. He's thinking about it. 1, 2, then a jump, hop, and a skip.
A bit of bounce there.
Good start for the young man. Not a bad start at all there. So I think Philip Service has something that he can work for. His lunch here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies, and at lunch, Trinidad and Tobago, they are large and in control, 55 for 1. And we'll be back in a half an hour time, Terry. And when we come back, with Trinidad and Tobago needing
just a further 48 for victory.
From 210 deliveries. So 15 overs bowled.
With 9 wickets in hand.
Yeah, we'll take a luncheon break. And then when we come back, we'll be able to call the shots for you and let you know. But just before we take a luncheon break, let me just give you an update in terms of what's happening in the other matches around here in Antigua and Barbuda. We have matches being played at Liberta and also at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Just to let you know that at lunch, Trinidad and Tobago are 55 for 1. Jatton is, hold on, let me just get this right. Let's pull up on my screen here. Can get one. Budu is not out on 28. Budu Singh was LBW to Joel Williams with 3. Jatton is on 15, not out. Bowling figures so far for Team Jamaica. Joel Williams, 5 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, 1 wicket. A couple of drop catches off of him. Ryan Littleton, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 19 runs, no wickets. Kevon Fleming, 2 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, no wickets. DeMarcus Scott, 2 overs, no maidens, 5 runs, no wicket. And Giovanni Gray, the single over, 1 run coming off of it. Earlier, Jamaica were bowled out for 102. Extras of 26, some 22 wides today from Trinidad and Tobago. Damian Daly, 13. Tyson Gordon, 9. DeMarcus Scott, 9. Nicole McKenzie, 13. O'Dane Binns, 7. Xavier Jones, 4. Joel Williams, 3. Ryan Littleton, top scored for Jamaica with 15. Giovanni Gray, 1. Javon Shim, 2. And Kevon Fleming was left not out or not. Bowling figures for Trinidad and Tobago. Successful bowlers was Yasir Dean, leading wicket taker so far. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 18 runs, 3 wickets. Alejandro Cazaram, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs, 3 wickets. And then we had Brendan Budu, the Trinidad and Tobago captain, 4.5 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, 2 wickets. Aaron Mohammed, I like the look of him. He bowled with some real pace. Left arm fast bowler. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs, 1 wicket. Darius Bado Singh, 2 overs, no maidens, 10 runs, no wicket. And Zekalan Beckles, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 15 runs, no wickets. And Zion, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 9 runs, 1 wicket. So pretty exciting contest there. In the other game, which is being played at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, just pull that one back up very quickly for you. We'll go to the game that is played in Liberta. Guyana were 154 all out. Guyana bowled out for 154 in 36.5 overs. Razam Kubia top scoring with 28. And Shane Prince got 22. And Dave Mahabir, the captain of the Ghana team, he got 21. Wicket takers for the Leeward Islands. Kunal Tilakani 4 for 21 from his 10 overs. Jaime Clark with a burst of pace early. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 21 runs, 3 wickets. Jaden Herbert, 5 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, 1 wicket. And Krishna Gurdari, 6.5 overs, 20 runs, 2 wickets. Leeward Islands at lunch. Sachin Chaunders was run out for 2 by young Adrian Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer has not been able to spark off in this tournament also. Leeward Islands are 3 for 1 at lunch. At the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Barbados are large and in control against the Windward Islands. Windward Islands were dismissed for 112. Top scoring for the Windward Islands today was Fontaine with 18, Edwards 14, and Fontelli 10. Also Daria at the bottom end of the order, he got 13. There were some 33 wides bowled today by Team Barbados. Wicket takers was Bayer with 4 for 18 and Warrell with 3 for 18. Barbados 23 without loss. Gooden 19 and Bowens 2 not out at lunch. So at the end of it, we'll be back. Windward Islands, Barbados will need 89 runs as we speak. They require another 90 of 288 balls, Barbados. So on behalf of the panel today, which included Seth Burton and Terry Laraji, and Vernon A. Springer and our technical crew here have done an excellent job. Kerry White, Teddy Arundel, and all of the crew. We'll take a luncheon break, and when we come back, we'll bring the cricket action live and in living color to you. good?
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua and Barbuda for the start of play after the luncheon interval in the West Indies Rising Stars Under-15s Championship between Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica. And Trinidad and Tobago well in control. They require another 48 runs after earlier bowling Jamaica out for 102 of 34.4 overs. Garcia Dean picking up 3 wickets, the leading wicket taker of the tournament. As Scott now into Ram Jatan with the first ball after the luncheon break. Plays that into mid-wicket area and there's no run. So Trinidad and Tobago in reply, chasing 103 for victory, a 55 for 2. We're in over number 16. As I say, a very good afternoon to Vernon Springer.
And Terry Ramjatan will have to switch on very quickly because after the water break or the luncheon break, you always tend to lose wickets. So I think this is going to be important. And I think the coaching staff for Trinidad and Tobago, they want to have a clinical finish.
Yes, most definitely. They've been the dominant team of the competition so far, on through their 3 matches. Undefeated, as that one is cut backward a point by Ram Jatan for a comfortable single, so he gets going after the luncheon break. Score moves up to 56 for 2. And Ram Jatan himself moves on to 16.
And you know, the good thing about it, Terry, is that the youngsters, you could see that they're learning, so they're growing in confidence. It would have been great if the West Indies, could have got a sponsorship for especially the under-15 level, so we could have seen 2 rounds of this competition, because I'm sure some of the games that we're seeing, the second one would have been a lot better, because a lot of these teams might have been maybe just playing competitive maybe for the first time.
Yeah, most definitely, Vernon, you make a good point, because I think in the first round, you're sussing out the opposition, see where their strengths and weaknesses lie, and then trying to capitalize on anything that you might find in that first round. Come back in the second round stronger, better equipped to deal with match situations and everything like that. But unfortunately, it is only a 1-round competition for the under-15s. But good to see that the under-15s, under-17s, and under-19s are all back on the schedule this season. So we've had 1 over here at Coolidge after the luncheon interval. And just a 1 run scored, so 56 for 2 is Trinidad and Tobago, chasing 103 for victory, so they require just 47 more runs.
Pretty hot day here. We've been telling you about the heat so far. Giovanni Gray will continue from the media center and Terry.
Yes, and he's into Ram Jatan, who's playing that carefully back to the bowler, and there's no run. Gray in again to Ram Jatan, and he punches that towards point. Can't beat the field.
I think he needs to do more with that, Terry. He's getting in line. I don't know if he maybe does not trust the bunks of the tracks here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, because like I said, they're playing a little bit too pace, and the ball really, if you land in the right areas, it's going to turn in, so he's going to have to be careful, but he needs to be able to look to start to push the ball to the gaps, really, and that's something which I feel that the young players have to begin to work on.
Yes, most definitely. That one once again hit firmly, but hit straight to the fielder there at short mid-wicket. Gray in again to Ram Jatan, and that one in 2 minds whether to pull that through the mid-wicket region. He ended up playing it to point, but again straight to the field. Bit more chat from the Jamaicans after the luncheon interval. They desperately need quick wickets. The easy single taken there by Ramjatan to complete the over. Score moves on by 1. So after 17 overs, Trinidad and Tobago 57 for 2, requiring a further 46 runs for victory.
So, 1 run, 2 runs of 2 overs so far, and that's what we were talking about, Terry. We've had 2 overs. You could almost say just 2 singles from the luncheon interval, and you want to see a sense of purpose, urgency in the batting. Made on it, and the short extra cover very close there for the off spinner Scott.
Ramjatan again looks like he in 2 minds there. It just pokes it out onto the offside. And there's no run. Of course, Trinidad are well aware they got all the time in the world to knock off these remaining 46 runs. And that one big appeal, and he's given him. Lazy shot there by Ramjatan. He didn't look himself since the luncheon break, as you said, Vernon. And often wickets do fall after the break, and Ramjatan has gone, playing a loose cut shot there to a ball that kept a little low. Edge through to the keeper. Scott picks up his first. Jamaica pick up their second. Trinidad and Tobago in over number 18 of 57 for 2.
Again, we're talking about the bounce there, Terry. Here was a short of the length delivery. He was looking to punch on the edge, and a good catch by the keeper in the end. Really, really good catch. And for a reserve wicket keeper, we'd have to give him some credit.
Most definitely.
Binns coming up with a lovely catch there. Odin, Nathaniel Binns, takes his first catch as a wicketkeeper in this tournament.
And well done by the young man. He had to make sure he kept down low to the ball. Stand up too quick from his crouching position there as wicketkeeper, and took it well. So Trinidad lose their second. Still 46 required for victory. And who do we have at the crease now?
Sorry, my battery.
No.
I was kind of caught a little bit on my phone. Wait for a little while. I'll give you that in a while. All right, so the number 10 comes out for Trinidad and Tobago. I'll give you that one very quickly. And that happens to be Mirage. If it's a number 10, it should be Zayn Mirage.
Zayn Mirage. Yeah. Okay, and he's facing Scott, and delivery hustles him a bit. Defended out into the offside, and there's no run. Lot more chat now. Encouragement given to the bowler by his field. Jamaica will be thinking, get 1, can get 2, maybe even 3. They need wickets. And that completes Scott's over. So a successful over, taking the wicket of Ramjatan. And at the end of over number 18, Trinidad and Tobago 57 for 2, requiring another 46 for victory.
So since lunch, 3 overs have been bowled, 2 runs score, and they've been able to pick up a wicket. Putting the pressure back on the Trinidad and Tobago under 15. But this is something that they will have to soak up, they will have to learn. Methods. We're talking about breaks, about what happens after water break, what happens after tea, what happens after lunch.
Gray continues to Budu, defending that out to short extra cover, and there's no run. Yes, the best passage of play in the game so far for Jamaica since the luncheon interval. They'll want to make it a great passage. As Budu just clips that into the mid-wicket region for a comfortable single. Scorebook goes up by 1, 58 for 2. We're in over number 19. Gray again. In, and one's defended back to the bowler. Almost got through there.
He's bowling between wicket and wicket, and he's bowling the ball into the surface.
Yep, and he's bowled well in the spell prior to lunch, and then he's continued on after the break.
Mid on and mid off inside the 30-yard circle. Jamaica playing Trinidad and Tobago from the 30-yard circle. There is no fielder outside. So they've come out with a different sense of purpose. You've got a slip, you've got a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid on, mid off, short mid wicket. Mid wicket, they only just a fielder out. Mid wicket, short mid wicket, more or less. Back, wide delivery.
Cut nicely.
And bad line delivery. You can't bowl that line, Terry. And bowling that wide. You're allowing the batsman to get away.
Good chase down by the backward point fielder. Restricts the scoring to 2 to bring the over to an end. Score goes up to 60 for 2. 43 now required for victory for Trinidad and Tobago.
Leeward Islands are in trouble, Terry. They are
That's not good, Vernon.
29 for 4.
Wow. Chasing 150 odd.
Yeah. Saunders 2, Francis 7, Lightburn run out. In fact, they've had 2 run outs.
Wow.
Bergen for 3. So they're going to have to get into a rebuilding partnership.
Stroked nicely by Boodoo, but well fielded by Williams. He looks, as you were saying, Vernon, a complete athlete. Big, tall, fast bowler. That short extra cover.
Barbados are 74 for 1.
Oh, and he takes the edge again. This one goes between keeper and first slip. Boodoo survives again. He was dropped, of course, before he scored. He's picked up another 2 there as the score goes up to 62 for 2. Boodoo's on 29.
The ball biting like that, Terry. He's good cricket wicket. He'd have been able to get to pull that.
Yep.
Ball ripping, turning square here.
Yes, a challenge for the batsman. This pitch, as we say, 2 paste, tinge of green, also. Scott into Boodoo once again. And Boodoo's jamming down on that. Can't beat short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Hands on heads by Scott. He thought he might have got through there. Tries again, and that's lofted over the short fine leg into the boundary. 4 runs. Good intelligent shot. That's the second time Boodoo's played that shot, realizing where the fielder's placed. Fine leg inside the circle, no trouble lifting it over the fine leg. His head for 4. The score goes up to 64, is it? Just waiting. 66 for 2. They get closer. Again, looking for the cut. Doesn't take the edge this time. Completes the over. Trinidad and Tobago 66 for 2 after 19 overs. 20 overs. After 20 overs. So they only require another 37.
They need wickets and they need them fast.
Desperately. What's the young boy's name on strike again, Vernon? The new batsman?
And we talking about number 10?
Number 10, yeah.
Mirage.
Yes.
Yes.
He's facing Gray. Gray just with the one slip. He's got a short mid-wicket. And that one short of delivery, pulled through the mid-wicket region. Just the single for Mirage.
Zayn Mirage.
Score goes up to 67 for 2.
Budo would want to continue his good form. Coming into this tournament, he was a leading run scorer. And looks like he will continue in that vein.
There's Gray into Budu now, and that one clipped nicely into the mid-wicket region. Another comfortable single. Good communication between Budu and Mirage. Score goes up to 68 for 2. 35 now required for victory for Trinidad and Tobago. Mirage now to face Gray. Another well-flighted delivery. Defended back to the bowler, no run.
Could have met that on the full and hit that down the ground. More or less came in to block that rather than score.
Again, defending it out onto the offside this time, no run. Yes, I think the where each batsman is wary of the very invariable bounce of this surface. That one again played straight back to the bowler, no run to complete. Another tidy over there by Giovanni Gray. At the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago 68 for 2, requiring another 35 more runs.
So easy pickings here. It's now 137 in Antigua and Barbuda, 1237 in 1238 in Jamaica. 138 here in Antigua and Barbuda on this lovely holiday weekend. Carifta 50 continues. Expect some sparks tonight, the final day. And then the athletes will journey home to their respective countries. There's also an extended school break here in Antigua and Barbuda.
Scott continues from the northern end. That one keeps low. Struck nicely by Voodoo, but can't beat the cover fieldsman. No run. Scott in again to the Trinidad and Tobago captain, and he turns that to fine leg. They go through for the quick single and make it.
Pretty lame effort to the throw there. Correct enough.
The return a bit high into the keeper. By the time he got it down, whipped the bails off. Maharaj made his ground.
Umpire Bernard Joseph said not out very quickly, and then got in to be able to make sure that he put together everything. Didn't allow the wicketkeeper to make the honors. Bernard has given himself some room at square leg where he can see the action.
Maharaj this time turning it into the onside. Another quick single. This is good intelligent cricket by Trinidad and Tobago as they close in on victory here. 70 for 2. We're in over number 22. So 33 more runs required.
I think unofficially we can crown them the champions for 2023.
Just about. Well fielded there by the mid-wicket fieldsman.
As they can get over the line here.
Yeah, that will make it 4 straight with 1 to play.
And the amount of pace bowling points they have already in their bag. See, we can just make pace.
Exactly. Yep.
Com-
Complete Scott's over. So at the end of over number 22, Trinidad and Tobago chasing 103 for victory. 70 for 2.
So 70 for 2, quite period. Just taking place as you rightly said. Just to give you an idea in terms of the bowling figures so far, Joel Williams, 5 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, 1 wicket. Ryan Littleton, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 19 runs, no wickets. Kevon Fleming, 2 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, no wickets. Damari Scott, some 6 overs, 1 maiden, 14 runs, 1 wicket. And Giovanni Gray, 4 overs, no maiden, 7 runs, no wicket.
It's great. Continuing from the southern end here at Coolidge, with the commentary box end. Maharaj comfortably turned the first delivery into the mid-wicket region for another single, so 71 for 2.
Brings Budu onto strike, who's 37 or 45 balls, 56 minutes at the crease. Certainly batting like a team leader, like a captain. After getting an early chance or not. He's cashed in. He's got his dad here, he's got his family. Back in Trinidad and Tobago, will be glued to the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. And he'd want to go one better, 4-0.
Whoa. Mr. Wide One trying to sweep that backward of square and almost fell over. Chance for a stumping, but never left his crease.
Coming into this tournament, into this match, 131 runs as the leading scorer. Shot mid-wicket is very close there,
Very.
Terry.
Yeah.
Our good friend, Mr. Gordon, who dropped that.
Nowhere to hide on a cricket field.
He can't hide at all. But for sure, they found a new slip fielder. So
I don't blame him.
we knew something had to give sooner rather than later. And Mackenzie, who was the captain, he's gone at first slip since the luncheon interval.
Gray into Budu, just plays it into the offside. Backward point does the fielding, and there's no run. Well on top here, Trinidad and Tobago. They bossed the game basically from the start. Gray in again to Budu, and Budu punches that through the cover region. The sweeper comes off the fence, restricts the scoring to 1 to complete the over. So after 23 overs, Trinidad and Tobago 73 for 2, which means they only require 30 more runs for victory.
And in their innings so far, Terry, they've only had 3 boundaries, all 3 boundaries to Brendan Budu, who's faced some 59 balls with a strike rate of 67.67 and dot ball percentage around about 59.32. So he's occupied the crease. And you know, he's the captain, and he's put his hand up and decided he's going to spend some time at the crease. Giovanni Gray, Damari Scott will continue his 7th over. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 14 runs, 1 wicket. Giovanni Gray has bowled 5 overs, no maiden, 10 runs, no wicket. He's bowled well. The ball again not bouncing. You want to see good tracks. The bounce is consistent enough.
Yes, and the batsmen have the confidence to play the ball on its merit. Another cheeky single, but they're doing well, these two. Good awareness, good running between the sticks. But I must say that I'm a bit surprised, though, Vernon, especially after picking up the wicket straight after the luncheon break, that they didn't introduce Joe Williams back into the attack.
Well, in fairness, Gray has bowled well.
He has bowled very well,
Yeah,
yes. He has
so
bowled very well.
I think he built the pressure. Sooner rather than later, I support your argument or what your topic that you're trying to raise. You've got to maybe get him back in for a final burst.
Yes. Wickets they need. They need them in a hurry. 29 required.
Just would like to see them, you know, just loop it up a little bit more. Conscious
Again,
the
he
keeper.
beats the outside edge of Maharaj's bats.
Every now and again, you have that awkward bounce, the one landing into the area there. Some tinge of grass on the surface here. And the Trinidad batsmen, have been allowed to play within their limitations, and when the ball has come into an area, they've made sure that they've defended their castle well.
Definitely, and that's defended well. The last ball of Scott's over by Maharaj. So at the end of over number 24, Trinidad and Tobago 74 for 2, which means they require another 29 runs for victory.
For Mackenzie, the big question will be what happens after these two, Gray and Scott. More likely feel that he has to get Williams back into the conversation sooner rather than later for one more big burst.
Yes, most definitely. I mean, you can't let it, or shouldn't let it wait any longer. Only 29 required for victory. They got any chance. He was unlucky in his first spell. Ball beautifully. That's chipped up, but just evades the short leg. Short mid wicket. Would have caught. Yeah.
Gordon. Reaction time not fast enough.
No.
Awareness. And simply because he was almost like in a standing up position, as if he was not even expecting that. Yeah, plus the batsman also.
The non-striker, he was worried about the non-striker too. Yeah.
He was.
Pure foul BW, but that looked to be turning down leg, maybe height also. But yes, he's hasn't had a good day in the field. It's Gordon.
He's just not been assertive enough. Now, when you're in that position, Terry, you gotta get low to the ground so that you could be aware. He keeps turning his back all the time to the play, as if he's just moving all over. But he will learn, and he will continue to grow as a young cricketer.
Definitely. Gray in again, and that turn hitting with the spin that time, Maharaj, but can't beat mid-wicket.
I just find that the square leg umpire, Terry, is just too close. Just give himself some room, really. He looks like he wants to get home very quickly.
Turn nicely back to the square that time by Maharaj for another comfortable single. Takes the score on to 76 for 2.
One thing that folks have to understand that this is a learning process and a development process for these young under 15 cricketers.
Sending the mid-wicket out to the boundary, deep mid-wicket, and bring the fine leg inside the circle as that runs. Went for a big heave that time, Buru. Gets the inner portion of the bat.
See, I was talking about with the umpire. He's already marching in even before anything really happens. Before the ball is being...
Exactly, before
dead.
before it's gone dead, before the over's completed. But that is the completion of Gray's over. And at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago moved on to 78 for 2. That's after 25 overs, and they need 25 more to win.
So we're halfway there. 78 for 2. A lovely day here in Antigua and Barbuda. It's a holiday. It's dubbed Easter Monday throughout the entire Eastern Caribbean.
Scott continues from the northern end, and that one's cut towards cover, but there's no run.
He's bowled with good control. Before this, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs, 1 wicket. Scott?
He's in again to Maharaj, and this one again forced off the back foot. This time it's to the left of the cover fieldsman.
He's mixed up his deliveries consistently. Good variation, good pace. And he's taking pace off the ball because he recognizes that the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen, they like pace on the ball. And he's been able to put some revolutions consistently in his little spell here so far. This is 8 over.
Into Budu this time, and Budu thumps that towards Williams there at short extra cover, and there's no run. Yes, I've been impressed with both Scott and Gray, and I think they've both bowled very well in tandem together. And that's cut back with a point, diving effort, dives over the ball though, running out towards the boundary. And they'll pick up another 2. So 2 more to Budu. He moves on to 44.
Javon Sim guilty culprit there at that point in time. Didn't keep his eyes on the ball. And that's the second time that he's got himself into some trouble.
Boodoo moves on to 46, actually. The score 81 for 2. It's tossed up and driven straight to Williams, and another drop catch.
Wow.
Straight to Williams, and he put it down. So they've done themselves no favors whatsoever. After failing with the bat of Jamaica, they've been very, very poor in the field that should have been taken. He went for the upturn cupping of the hands, and it fell straight out.
And it's not your day, it's not your day.
Most definitely.
So he had 2 catches dropped off of him, and now he's guilty of dropping 1 off Scott.
Yes, and Scott hands akimbo on his hips. But that is the end of the over. So after 26 overs, Trinidad and Tobago, in pursuit of 103 for victory, are 81 for 2, which means just 22 runs required. And Boodoo, who's now been dropped twice, once before he scored, and now on 46, leading run scorer for the competition of this Rising Star West Indies Under-15s Championship, is just 4 away from a half century. As it looks like Gray will continue from this commentary box end. He'll be bowling to Maharaj, who's on 7. In he comes now to Maharaj, and that's looped nicely, and forward in defences. Maharaj pushes it up to Williams at mid-off, and there's no run. Gray with his hop, skip, jump. Maharaj turns him into the onside, but there's no run. But I've liked the control shown by both Gray and Scott. 2 spinners for Jamaica. Again, forward defensively as Maharaj. Back to the bowler, no run. The batting and the fielding has let the Jamaican boys down today, as Maharaj uses his feet and hits that firmly up to mid-on for another comfortable single.
Xavier Jones guilty of being caught on his heel there at mid-on. It took a long time to range, and by the time he ranged up, the batsman was in.
Yep, in very comfortably. Brings Boodoo back on strike on 46. A wide ball. Rarity there by Gray, just losing his line. Score goes up to 83. 83 for 2. And that one's clipped nicely by Boodoo through the mid-wicket area for another comfortable single. He goes on to 47. The score 84. 84 for 2. We're in over number 27. Just 19 required now for Trinidad and Tobago to collect their 4th victory and remain unbeaten in this Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under-15s Championship, as Gray tosses that up. Met on the full by Maharaj. Has to scamper back as Gray does the fielding off his own bowling and threatens to throw the stumps down. That completes the over. So after 27 overs, Trinidad and Tobago chasing 103 for victory at 84 for 2, with Boodoo on 47 and Maharaj on 8, which means a 19 required.
Yeah, it's a hot day here. Both batsmen getting replenished to get themselves organized. 84 for 2. It's just maybe only a matter of time before this one is done and dusted. And unofficially, we maybe can crown Trinidad and Tobago as the 15, 2023 champions. We already have crowned Guyana as the 4-day champions. Now we'll be looking to crown Trinidad and Tobago as the under 15 regional champions for 2023.
Scott continues, and Boodoo hits that through the mid-wicket area for a single. Takes him up to 48 and the score 85-3.
I think Jamaica cricket,
85 for 2, sorry.
You've seen glimpses of prospects here that they can work with, get into organized camp. Because if we follow through even at the under 19 level, under 17 level, when thinking back about maybe 20, 30 years ago, Jamaica had a real dominant youth program that produced some outstanding youngsters.
That's a good shot there by Maharaj. He pulled that nicely through square leg into the boundary. 4 more. He moves on to 12. Score rockets up to 89 for 2. And that means they only need another 14 for victory. Oh, and another drop.
The captain dropping a possible catch. He was like he didn't even expect it to be coming to him. And that's the 4th drop catch for the day for Jamaica.
Yes, it's not been their day at all in the field. They've all been relatively easy chances, and they've grasped them all. Instead of being 2 down, it could quite easily be 6 down.
Ricochet from the keeper, but the captain should have caught that. It landed in his hands.
Score goes up to 94-2.
Trinidad and Tobago captain approaching a very important half-century. He's the leading run scorer in the 2023 Cricket West Indies Rising Under Stars Under 15. Before this, 131 runs here. So we're ahead by some distance, Terry, at the end of another over.
Yes, most definitely. And just 2 away from half century. 90 for 2 at the end of the 28th over. That means Trinidad and Tobago require just a further 13 runs for victory. But interesting, you're talking about Jamaican cricket, and you look at the state of play now. You know, they ran away with the white ball competitions at the senior level, and failed to win a game in the first class 4-day competition when the big hitters weren't there.
I'm also kind of concerned if for the 4-day, those are the best Jamaican cricketers
available
on show.
True, yeah.
So we maybe have to examine the system at the club level to see in terms of what is happening, because there's a decline in club cricket also across the region.
Mm-hmm. Very true. Gray.
I'm talking about the quality of club cricket, Terry.
Yes. Because right around the region these days, you have more teams than clubs. You know, whereas beforehand it was all about the club.
You know, most clubs are also maybe going into the shorter versions.
Shorter versions. Pulled beautifully by Maharaj into the boundary. 4 runs through mid-wicket. Trinidad and Tobago close in on victory. They're 94 for 2.
Don't you think Buddha will be saying also to Maharaj?
Yeah, hang on a minute. Exactly. I need 2. We need 9. Take it easy. Give me the strike.
Says I want my 50. I want to register that. Please work with me.
This time he's turning it behind square down the fine leg. Yes, and he gets back on strike now.
He doesn't want to get dropped for the next game from the skipper.
Exactly. You left me stranded on 49. You're not playing.
Mm-hmm.
So 95-4-3. We're in the 29th over. And that's just 8 more required. Boodoo, captain of Trinidad and Tobago, back on strike on 48.
48 from 71 with 3 boundaries so far. Maharaj has got 3.
That turned all right. Yeah.
So I was saying to you, it's turning square here for the under 15 level.
Yes, they give him confidence though. They think they can bat on this, they can bat on anything. Gray into Maharaj. Look for the pull shot. Didn't get the timing. He's disappointed. He thought that was an opportunity for his 50, but he's still there on 48 as the over comes to an end. After 29 overs, Trinidad and Tobago chasing 103 for victory and 95 for 2, requiring just a further 8 runs.
So Mirage has been a great foil for Bodo. His 18 has come off 36 balls with 2 boundaries. And Damari Scott has bowled well. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 24 runs, 1 wicket. And Giovanni Gray, 8 overs, no maidens, 22 runs, no wicket. And combined, they have bowled well.
Very well. And they both could have had a wicket each.
The ball has turned square here consistently. Keeper dropping the ball there. Big powerful return there. I don't think it would have made a difference. Bodo looked like he would have been in.
Yep. Maharaj doing the right thing again, getting his captain back on strike, who's on 48. 7 required for victory, 96 for 2. Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Scott into Bodo, and he's playing quietly.
Can fancy you, Terry. I think he's going to hit him inside out over cover for his half century.
Right.
Or he might maybe just well see out Scott.
He looks like he's just
Just
waiting for the right delivery.
For that one delivery. Because the fielders on the offside are pretty much close. So he's got that capability.
There's a chance. Swept
50
beautifully.
For the Trinidad and Tobago captain. That's a lovely shot. What a knock by the young man. 52 of 76 deliveries with 3 boundaries. He gets a hug from Zain Mirage. Brendan Badu delivers for Trinidad and Tobago in this all-important game here against Jamaica, powerhouse of sport in the Caribbean.
Excellent bat and an excellent shot there to go from 48 to 52. Also brings up the Trinidad and Tobago 100. They need 3 to win. And he's gone for it. And the very next ball, he's been caught at short mid-wickets. Well. He only had to get it past the short mid-wicket, but he's drilled it straight down his throat, so he got his 50 all right. But out of the very next ball, going for victory.
And it looks as if finally Tyler Gordon has taken one.
Exactly.
I'll wait to see.
He'd be happy with that.
Brendan Badu, he is upset with that. Again, the length, Terry. It was there, but the bounce.
The bounce got big on him.
Because the ball has been gripping so much. And finally, Terry, Tyler Gordon takes a screamer.
Holds on to one, and Scott picks up a well-deserved wicket.
And the harder out of the 3.
You get the harder one out of the 3 takes. He had no time to think about that, though. If he didn't take it, it would have knocked him flat. So Trinidad and Tobago lose their 3rd wicket. They still need 3 for victory as Scott is in again. And this is cut through the point region. They take 1. They come back for the 2nd to level up the scores. So at the end of over number 30, Trinidad and Tobago, 102 for 3. And just 1 run now required for victory.
And Terry, Leeward Islands are in trouble.
Still.
They're 45 for 7.
Why?
Nobody has
That's
reached double
disappointing. 29 for 4 now,
Saunders
45 for
2,
7.
Francis 7, Brown 4, Tilakani 4, Bergen 3, Miller 5, Richards 3, Clark 3, and Amari Jones not out on 4. So Ghana really making a case out of this one. They've just dismissed them very quickly. 45 for 7, Terry, in 21 overs. So the Leewards, they're going to go down in that encounter. And up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Terry, I can say to you that Barbados are large and in control. In fact, they just need 6 more runs. They're 106 for 2.
Well. A disappointing for Leewards. It's the home side. Coming off a couple of victories. It looked like going down to Guyana today, so there'll be 2-2 going into the final round against this red-hot Trinidad and Tobago outfit, who just need one run. Maharaj has tried to pull the first couple of deliveries from Gray, but can't beat the field. Gray into Maharaj again. He dances down. He lofts him high, wide, and handsome. One bounce over the rope. 4 runs. Trinidad and Tobago celebrate as they romp home with some 117 balls to spare and take this one against Jamaica by 7 wickets.
Yes, you heard it there from Terry Laraji. The final rounds of games will be back here at Coolidge Cricket Ground when we have Leeward Islands will be taking on Trinidad and Tobago. Jamaica will take on Windward Islands at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And Barbados will take on Guyana. So Barbados winning today will collect their first points. The
defending champions.
Yeah, Guyana winning today also will take them up to 6 points. The Leeward Islands will remain on 8 points. Windward Islands will drop. Leewards and Windwards will also be on 8. Barbados will move up to 2. But in the meantime, Trinidad and Tobago has slipped up to 14. So it's all to play for in the final round of matches. And we can say that we have one winner already. Trinidad and Tobago crowned champions for the 2023 competition. Congratulations are in order for the team. I think they played the most consistent cricket and they were very, very, very disciplined in their approach. In fact, I think they bowled some 22 wides today, the most in the tournament. Jamaica, they'll have to go back to the drawing board.
Yes, most definitely. A good professional approach there by Trinidad and Tobago. Made it 4 wins out of 4 wins on the trot, and another commanding performance. Jamaica would be disappointed. They didn't get off with the bat, dug themselves into a bit of a hole. The pressure got too much, and unfortunately, as wickets as what they wanted, but the fielding let them down. Some 4 dropped catches. Trinidad and Tobago captain, who went on to make 52, was dropped on naught, and who knows, that could have made a big difference. But congratulations to Trinidad and Tobago. They did very, very well, and as Vernon Springer quite rightly said, even though there's a final round in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 15s Championships, final round to be played on Wednesday, you can already engrave Trinidad and Tobago onto the trophy, as they've made it 4 wins out of 4 this afternoon here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground by defeating Jamaica by 7 wickets, ending on 106 for 3 in pursuit of 103 for victory after bowling Jamaica out for 102 inside 35 overs.
So unassailable. Trinidad and Tobago on the 15 team for 2023, and they move up to 18 points. No one else can catch them, and so we have called it here the champions for 2023. We say congratulations to the entire board of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, their president, Mr. Hassan Bassarat, and also the now vice president of Cricket West Indies. Trinidad and Tobago clinically executing at the highest level. We want to wish them all the best. And so now we'll be down to 2nd and 3rd place in terms of the competition in the final round of matches. Just to let you know that the competition will continue on Wednesday, final round of matches. Leeward Islands will take on Trinidad and Tobago right here. That will be dubbed what will have to be match up to be the final round of matches. Trinidad and Tobago will be looking to go 5-0. Leeward Islands will be looking to spoil their party and make sure that they end up as 2nd place. Jamaica will take on the Windward Islands in what could be considered Windward Islands already in 3rd position. They'll be looking to try to maintain that position. And Barbados and Guyana, Guyana sneaking up, and we'll be trying to see if they can get up to a 3rd place spot or a 2nd place spot. In fact, Guyana will now join once they defeat the Leeward Islands today on 8 points. So it will mean that all 3 teams will have 8 points. Guyana, Windward Islands, and the Leeward Islands Cricket Board, and Leeward Islands, and that is marking up with the pace bowling points going into the final round of matches. Barbados will go on 4, and as we rightly said, I think it'll be a good matchup. Trinidad and Tobago up to 16, and with the pace bowling points they gained today, they really
Miles
can
ahead.
stop them.
No, too far ahead, and played very well. You can't do much better than 4 out of 4.
Yeah, a very good knock today also from their captain.
Excellent.
One has to give really credit to the young man who really organized himself at the crease. Brendan Budu, when you look at his own stats today, and 52, 77 balls with 4 boundaries, very controlled innings, and all in all, Trinidad and Tobago winning handsomely in this all-important encounter.
Yes, and congratulations to Trinidad and Tobago. And thank you all for listening here from the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Not yet, Terry. Just give the folks an idea, so we let them know that we'll be back here on Wednesday, and then right after that, we'll
That's
come
what I
back
was about
on
to say.
The Headley Weeks tri-series.
Which all matches will be here.
Yeah, from
Yes.
the 19th to the 22nd of April. That'll be match number 1. Second match from the 26th to the 29th, and the third match from the 3rd to the 6th. And then kicking off right here will be the Cool and Smooth T20 tournament, celebrating 10 years. Taking out COVID. Cool and Smooth T20 tournament. Some total of 32 matches. The opening game is on Thursday, April 18th. PIC Liberta Blackhawks taking on Empire Nation, and Bethesda Golden Eagles, Caribbean Union Bank, Bethesda Golden Eagles. They'll be taking on Bowling Blasters. A number of international players from Australia, from Scotland, from Trinidad and Tobago, from Barbados will be around, and I think this is going to be easily one of the keenest Cool and Smooth T20 competitions that I think that we'll see for some time. We see there's a photo opportunity for the parents to take of the Trinidad and Tobago team, and most likely the parents will join in the mix with the Trinidad and Tobago team. So it's moments like these that you cherish for a very long time. I like the look of Yasir Dean. He looks a very composed player. He's wearing a big number 47. But I think Trinidad and Tobago, they're going places with their program, Terry. Your final words.
Yeah, most definitely. They look a very organized, professional outfit, and they certainly dominated this competition. And by the way that they're playing and the talent that they've shown, all bodes well for not only Trinidad and Tobago cricket, but West Indies cricket as a whole. So just to confirm here that Trinidad and Tobago have taken their 4th victory out of 4 matches. They defeated Jamaica this afternoon here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground by 7 wickets after bowling Jamaica out for 102 in 34.4 overs, with Yasir Dean, the leading competition leading bowler, picking up 3 wickets, and the competition leading batsman, the Trinidad and Tobago captain, making a fine half-century. So that is all from us here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Please do join us from 9:30 a.m. local time here in Antigua and Barbuda on Wednesday morning for the final round of matches in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under-15s Championship. Until then, on behalf of myself, Terry Laraji, Vernon Springer and Seth Burton, take care and enjoy the rest of your Easter.